Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for June 24, 2014. We'll begin with the special order calendar. New cases, item number 1, 391-80BZ, 2525 Kings Highway, Brooklyn. The office of Sheldon Lavelle.
Good morning, Jordan Most. On behalf of the applicant, I just want to wish the chair good luck
Thank you.
and probably see you soon.
Yes.
So this is an amendment application to make a small enlargement to New York Community Hospital. And it'll probably be easier. You really only had a couple of questions yesterday. I think first off was the question about parking. I will confirm, but I believe that there actually is no parking requirement for the community facility in the R78 zoning district. I think in the original plans there was no parking requirement. It's noted on the bottom of the plans, and I don't think those rules have changed. I took a quick look at it, so I believe the enlargement doesn't trigger any new parking requirement. With
But you'll
respect,
confirm that for us?
we will.
Okay.
I
'cause
will.
in your papers, you had just stated that you were at the building department seeking a waiver for the 1,500 square feet. So I was just confused, because I didn't think there was necessarily a parking requirement, so I was wondering why there was an application in for the waiver.
I will check that and clarify.
Thank you.
And with regard to the sound measures, so not exactly that clear to me what's being sought, but the hospital is more than happy to agree to no compacting or pickups other than between 9 to 4. There's a gate there. It's sort of now it becomes a semi-enclosed space. So that's what.
It's not entirely enclosed on the ground floor?
Correct. Right. It's
Is
not.
there a reason why you're not just enclosing it completely?
Well, it needs to. You mean with a gate that runs higher, I guess, or?
Well, I'm just talking about the court that you're enclosing. Is that from,
So it's not, so the court is, it's not that the court's being enclosed, so there's a gate that exists there, and then there's going to be a partial second story, a third, fourth, and fifth, those other stories above. So there's going to be sort of a roof, there's going to be a roof
Right.
enclosure to the space. But above the fence, between the fence and the floor of the next highest story will be open.
all right, I understand that. So basically, it's cantilevering out or something. It's going to, the floor is going to come out on the second floor and then all the way to the fifth floor, correct?
Right,
So that's
partially
a-
on the second floor, right.
Right, and that's all building. But is there any reason why you're not enclosing the ground floor itself where the compactor is?
I think it's partially so it can be moved in and out for loading purposes, rather than, it's not so easy to just completely enclose it into a
Okay.
space because it has to get picked up. So,
So my question then is, what type of sound does this generate while it's working, and for how long? Is it small bursts of sound?
I think it's more, I think it's like that. It's not a ongoing all-day thing. It's
Oh, okay.
it activates periodically during the day, and then when it gets picked up. And I'll find out exactly how often it gets picked up.
And also how often they
And
actually run
how
it
long
and
those
for-
bursts are.
Yeah, what the duration is, that would be helpful.
Are there any other questions? All right, any speakers on this item? All right, there are no speakers. Mr. Most, how much time do you need? You can submit to us on July 8th?
Very quickly, yes.
Okay.
Even sooner if
Well, why don't we say July 8th, and then we'll continue the hearing on July 22nd.
is it possible to close it?
Are there any issues with closing it? Okay, we can close it. We close it, we'll leave the record open, and we'll set the decision date for July 22nd.
Thank you.
Motion to close.
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez. Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 24803BZ, 1915 Third Avenue, Manhattan. The office of Troutman Sanders.
Madam Chair, Jeremiah Candreva, accompanied by my daughter Greta for the applicant.
Is today Bring Your Daughter to Work Day? No, this is just,
Well, I was going to save my remarks for after the matter was concluded, but I have to say, on a personal note, you and I have had a multiple decades-long friendship, colleagues at City Planning. I think it only goes to mention that you've been a very strong, fair, extraordinarily intelligent leader. You're a role model not only for the city and how government should be administered, but you're a role model for women, and not only women in the city, but as someone who has 6 sisters and a daughter, I thought it important to bring it here because you're a role model
Oh, that's
for
very nice.
people in my family as well. And so I thank you.
Thank you, Jed, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Any questions? Any speakers on this item? All right, so we can close the hearing.
Thank you.
Chair Srinivasan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
And we'll set the decision date for July 22nd.
Thank you.
Appeals calendar, item number decisions, item number 3, 33-14A, 902 Quentin Road, Brooklyn. Put in the back.
Morning, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivas,
No?
Commissioner Hinkson,
No.
Commissioner Montanez,
No.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
No.
Continued hearings, item number 4, calendar numbers 304, 312, and 313, 13-A, West 19th Street, Manhattan, Simons and Wright.
Good morning, members of the board. Chair, congratulations. I think I've been in front of you your entire term. I'm glad you're staying with the city. The city needs its bright lights, and thanks for staying with the city.
Thank you.
And then I thought, in honor of the moment, rather than being my usual somewhat combative self, which you've always taken in stride, I'm going to forego the first part of my presentation, which was to go through the legal arguments. I think they've been laid out pretty clearly by both sides. And what I'd like to do is discuss a solution and give me a few moments to walk through it for the board to consider, for DOB to consider, and then we can move on from there. That might be more productive than
Okay.
the other issues. So let me just to recap, there are three buildings here. There's from west to east, 531, the middle building, 521, which is kind of the center, and then this sort of the building where we do the private viewing spaces, 517. Those are the 3 buildings, and I think really these buildings, as we've argued, has always operated as here. It might be easier if I go here, as really one facility. It's really, I mean, there's 3 different landlords, so there's 3 different, lease arrangements, but they really operate as one facility. They're connected. There's all the David Zwirner Gallery. And if you look at it from a different point of view as one facility, there's about 10,000 square feet of art display space. We call it art sales. DOB calls it art gallery. I'll just call it art display as a middle ground. And so if you look at it as one facility with about 10,000 square feet, there currently are now 3 ways out. Each building has a separate egress from its facility. So had it been one zoning lot and one building with, let's say, 10,000 square feet, and let's call it all a public assembly, there are 3 ways out, which I think would have satisfied the code. And then what I did was I looked back at the beginning when the C of Os were issued, before it became more adversarial here in front of the BSA and the appeals, which I think kind of took things off track a bit. And back when the 3 C of Os were being issued between 2003 and 2009, the examiners and the architects were sitting down in a cooperative manner, working out the best arrangement. And they came up with an interesting scheme, which I think reflects what they were trying to do here. I think there was a recognition that the code says, look at what's actually going on. And so what you see is 3 C of Os. The C of O for this building says commercial. The C of O for this building says commercial, the wing buildings. The C of O for this building, 521, says F3, public assembly. And so when I first took this case on, I tried to sort out why there are 3 different C of Os over a period of a couple of years. And I think, I wasn't there, that what was recognized here was that these were one facilities, they're interconnected, there's passageways between them, this is kind of the center. And so what I think came up with, the scheme that they came up with between the examiners and DOB, was to call the wing buildings retail, call the middle building an F3, recognizing the qualities of both. And I think DOB argues that spaces should be looked at individually. And I think there was a reason, rather than assuming that this was sort of a random decision. Having been in city government a long time, when the city issues certain edicts, I assume there's a reason behind it. And so I think that's what happened here. And interestingly, when they approved the plans for all three, particularly the plans for the middle building, they didn't require another means of egress out of this building. Whether that was a mistake or not is not what I want to talk about now. So the solution that I want to propose is we leave the C of Os the way they are. A lot of work went into that over many, many years. This is a retail area, this is a retail area. But since this says F3, we're proposing to put a second means of egress into this building. So there'd be 2 out of this building, 1 out of this building, and 1 out of this building. You have 4 ways out of this building. It keeps the C of Os in place. It keeps the regulatory scheme that was worked out before we went down this road of appeals and contested rulings. And that's basically it. That's basically the solution. And so what we would like to do is have the board respond to that, have DOB look at it, and submit a plan with another means of egress here. We've talked to our clients. They are as interested as anybody in having a place that's safe and secure for its staff and its users. We think the 3 means out satisfies the intent of the code now. We're adding a 4th. We think 6 is overkill. I don't think the Whitney has 6. I don't think the Guggenheim has 6. I doubt the Metropolitan Museum has 6. And the problem is a practical problem. If trying to put in 6 is going to really disrupt the functioning of these buildings. So we've talked to our clients. They want to resolve this matter. It's been a long dispute. And what we're thinking about is putting another means here, and therefore there'll be 4 ways out. And that's basically what I'm proposing.
But you recognize that the way the 2 buildings the bookend buildings essentially functions the same way as the building in the center. I don't know how one can sort of logically expect the buildings department, and maybe they will, accept that these 2 corner buildings are for sales and commercial, and the one in the middle is an art gallery, when all of them function similarly. Doesn't seem like, I don't think that makes a
Well,
lot
I
of
mean,
sense.
my position is they all are all art galleries. I mean, they're all retail, and they're all perfectly adequate. But I don't want to go down that road. I think what I'm doing is I'm looking at, when I was first looking at this case, one of the things I thought was there's this muddled trail between the appeals to here with different interpretations, and everything should be pulled. The denials should be pulled, our appeals should be pulled, and we should start over again. I really thought that was one of my ideas a while ago, because it's just, you go from the denial to here, it just becomes confusing. I don't know why. So I tried to go back to the beginning, which is when the parties were, as I just said, were first between examiner and architect. And so I'm recognizing that scheme. I'm following the scheme, and I think it fits to some degree within DOB's analysis, recent legal analysis, that spaces should be looked at individually. I don't think they operate the same. I think, this is the center. This is where people, although the people who come in here are private people, mostly invited. A very few public people walk in here. They can. This is the center. This is where where people tend to walk in when they want to walk around the facility. And so I'm just adopting the scheme that was adopted by DOB. Rather than trying to dissect the individual use of each one of these buildings, I'm just trying to recognize this as one facility, about 10,000 square feet of art area that's being contested, 4 ways out, 2 of them in the middle. There's a fire here, there's 3 ways out. There's a fire here, there's 3 ways out. There's a fire here, there's a way out, there's a way out. And I think that addresses the concerns. But it's complicated. It'd be hard for me to go down the road of distinguishing each building from each building without going through the whole legal analysis.
Is it practicable to make them all one building, or that cannot be done because
It's 3 different landlords.
3 different landlords?
That's why it took 3 or 4 years, because as the David Werner Gallery had to negotiate each lease. So as each lease came on board, they went down to DOB and said, okay, approve this one, approve this one. But I think there was a general realization between the examiners and DOB that this was all going to be one thing eventually, one operation.
They all interconnect, is that correct?
They're all interconnected. They all have a doorway that runs along the front here. It doesn't really show here, but this is a doorway here. We've been there.
Well, I'm just trying to understand.
And here.
Okay,
You
but
can-
where
if
does
you
it
can walk
connect
in
to?
here and walk into every one of these rooms without going to the street.
Commissioner LeBron?
I just think that the Department of Buildings had stated that the C of Os for the 2 wing buildings were erroneous as retail spaces, so I would assume that the DOB is going to now move to change those C of Os unless you can somehow prove to them that it really is not gallery space, which I would think is going to be a challenge, most especially for that space. That's the, I guess, I forgot what
Eastern?
address that is. Yeah, the most eastern space, because it's such a nice, large space. That's a space where a lot of people can definitely be accommodated. So I would think that would certainly be a challenge that you have facing you.
Well, I think our papers lay that out, respond to that challenge. I mean, our papers submit that all three are retail. I'm trying to avoid going through all that right here. If the BSA decides, I mean, I could go through the arguments about the denial is materially flawed here by using the 3868 code. Same thing here. DOB is admitted. I'm trying to avoid that discussion. I mean, the two denials here are flawed as a matter of law. Here, at least they stuck to 68, although they did not, I think, in any way, shape, or form
Right, the board-
adhere to it.
You do realize, I mean, after our discussion yesterday, you realized the board was not persuaded by some of those arguments, so.
I understand.
Have you considered working with your client and trying to actually put in the two means of egress in every building?
I think it's uncalled for. I think a space this size to have 6 means of egress is simply uncalled for under any concept of safety. I think there needs to be an recognition, as the examiners and DOB and the architects did, as to what they were trying to do here. This is what DOB issued. DOB has said it's all wrong. We say DOB is 100% wrong, and I'm trying to solve the problem.
I understand that, Mr. Ripe, and we've gone over that. The board is moving in a particular direction, as you know, so you can retread those arguments, or you can try and find a solution here. And this is the first time you've made any argument about the fact that this should be looked at a composite building with 4 means of egress.
Well, okay.
And, I mean, you may have said it before, but I think now you're sort of putting that in front of us. This is the first time you really talked about these interconnections.
Well, I mean, if I apologize, I thought when I walked through this last time, when Emily and I walked through it last time we did, if I didn't,
Okay, maybe
I apologize. But what
maybe
I'm trying to do is, I understand the board has concerns, and the DOB's had concerns. I respectfully disagree with the denials. Denials are flawed as a matter of law for 2 of these.
Excuse
And,
me,
I'm sorry? Yeah.
I'm looking at the information the Department of Buildings gave us about recent shows, and it appears from that information that there's openings in all 3 buildings, you know, in terms of art shows.
No,
So
no,
they're
it's
all
not
used-
correct.
They all have large groups of people coming to openings,
No.
and they all should have the required egress. We don't really review your egress, you'd have to go back to the Department of Buildings.
Well, I respectfully disagree with what DOB put in their papers.
This is what is taken from the internet. The addresses I'm looking
Right.
at, I see all 3 addresses.
Right. I don't deny art is displayed in multiple rooms here. Art is displayed in this room, art is displayed in these rooms, art is displayed and sold. But in all 3 of those rooms, it's displayed and sold to a very limited crowd of people. And I don't think, if I may just finish to address the question, I don't think DOB pointed to any numbers of people. And that's one of the areas we disagree. When you go to the code sections that talk about occupancy load and occupancy classification, the code says, look at actual use. We provided a large amount of data regarding actual use, sales, retail, of art, of books, of numbers of people. It's been dismissed.
These art shows are open to the public, they're advertised in advance, they have opening events, it's a prestigious gallery, I'm sure a lot of people show up.
And very few people show up.
Very few people show up.
The only time large numbers of people show up is when they do have specific openings for certain events where they invite people, and I think and this question was asked at the last meeting, and we documented that they don't get temporary public assembly permits. What they do is they put crowd control people at every door, or whatever door, because sometimes the opening's only here, or maybe it's only here, and they count the number of people. And they make sure they understand the 75 limit, and they do, and this is what they've told us, and then they try to keep the numbers down. But what I've also put in our papers is the number of openings a year is about 6. That's in our paperwork. So we disagree, and I don't think DOB put in their papers that there's dozens and dozens and dozens of openings. There's 6 a year.
Even if there's 6, you have to design the egress for the maximum occupancy, as Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned yesterday. That's what you're designing for.
No, we were designing,
Especially
if I may
now
disagree.
You're going to
Right.
suggest, it's an interesting argument, I have
Right.
to admit.
Trying to solve the problem.
I understand that, but here's the issue that I see with that. is that you're asking the Department of Buildings to consider, just for egress purposes, that this is one large space, 10,000 square feet. However, you also want to keep in mind the paradigm that it's really 3 individual spaces when it comes to uses. I have a problem with that in that you are now going to have to take a look at your 10,000 square feet. You might wind up with perhaps more egress than you think you're going to need if you're going to take a look at that entire space and how they interconnect with one another. You also are going to have a nightmare when it comes to, if it's 3 different owners, you're now going to have agreements across all 3 owners about how you egress those buildings. Because if they do function as one in terms of egress, right, you're going to now have cross agreements everywhere. And it might prove to be absolutely impossible to obtain that. So, I mean, I just don't see how, I get what you're saying, but I just don't see how that practically works, given what the code is going to tell us. It just, I'm not sure that it really works.
Well, let me suggest something. I know
Right.
that this is an idea you've put forward. I understand that you're trying to solve a problem.
Right.
You're looking at these buildings individually. You're saying providing 2 means of egress, and each one is overkill, I think was the word that you used. Is there another practical solution where the fact that these buildings are interconnected, where each space manages to get its 2 means or the requisite number of means of egress? Why don't we hear from the Buildings Department and see if
Okay.
they're open to this issue?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid getting
I
into.
understand there's some logistics, which is about how
Right.
they work with the property owners. That's your
That's our problem.
That's your problem.
We're not worried about that problem.
But I think there's obviously some skepticism here, but we'll hear from the Buildings Department. Commissioner Brown, you wanted to add anything?
No, I agree with you. I think this is really, at this point, what's before us is whether or not these are places of assembly, correct? And so any proposal that you put forth is really a proposal that's got to go before Department of Buildings to be vetted. Because we're ruling on a narrow issue of, are these places of assembly, not whether or not you can manage to figure out your egress arrangement and satisfy the Department of Buildings. That's really, to me, between you and them.
Well, with all due respect, we firmly believe the Department of Buildings has misapplied the code every step of the way, and that is in front of you, our arguments. So, but let them
Well,
respond, and we can
okay.
discuss. My problem, reason I respond that way is because to some degree, Department of Buildings just assumes it's a place of assembly without the proper analysis. I don't want to go down that road with the board if I can avoid it. So I'm sorry if I'm being a little bit abrupt, but there has to be a discussion of what's really going on here, not just a blind application, because one more point I want to make. One of the key distinctions between the 38 code and the 08 and the 68 code was just that. They said, don't blindly use the tables. The 38 code had that in there. It says, look at actual use. Look at what's really going on in these facilities, and then figure out what makes sense. Okay, I'm done. Maybe DOB should talk, unless you have another question.
But I would just agree with Commissioner Otley Brown. What's before us is not really this different approach of trying to resolve the problem. That typically is a reconsideration that goes before the Buildings Department. We can still act on the case before us. But I don't think we're going to determine whether that solution somehow meets the code, because on its face, it doesn't seem to meet the code. And I think it'd be hard for us.
Well, I'll put together an argument that I think it does, but as I said, the denials are flawed as a matter of law, and so
I know
that's
you said that.
that's the dilemma here. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Arantia?
Good morning, Lisa Orantia for the Buildings Department. I'm really surprised to hear today that there's some compromise position that can be reached and that the board can somehow assist in this. We're here because we are being challenged on October 30 determinations, and to say that somehow we can now consider a new proposal at this time it's a waste of the department's time, it's a waste of the board's time. I think we should close the hearing today. I respectfully ask that we do that. I don't think there's any need for additional submissions. There's no need to review this compromise solution that the appellant is raising for the first time. Again, we've heard that the Buildings Department has identified the wrong code. That's simply not correct. Our last submission very clearly explained what codes apply. It's also laid out in our submission that all of the certificates of occupancy are erroneous, and we agree that the applicant needs to come back to DOB and propose a code-compliant arrangement here. One last item I wanted to talk about was what was raised at the review session yesterday was certificates of occupancy for other art galleries in the neighborhood. And we took a look at the appellant's submission June 3rd, where they list other certificates of occupancy from neighboring establishments. And they say that they're listing 8 here, but in fact, 1 is repeated, so there's really 7. 2 do say art gallery, and they also identify a commercial occupancy group. Now, commercial could be appropriate if it's a 1938 classification. That's how galleries were identified under the 38 code. But I have referred those 2 addresses for investigation by the Borough Commissioner's Office. The remaining COs listed in this submission, 1 not found on BIS, 1 has no C of O, and the others list, there's 2 that list retail use group, and there's no explanation in the submission as to the use is actually art gallery and somehow properly labeled retail. There's no analysis here to show that this is an incorrect classification. The last one is described as an art gallery, and the CO says it's an assembly group. So I don't find that these comparisons do anything for the appellant's argument.
All right, any questions for the Buildings Department? Well, I just have one question, and I understand your position that this is coming very late in the game, but I know that the Buildings Department did alert us that, as you noted now, that the Cs of O are erroneous, and it's likely that you would probably come before the board asking for some kind of modification or revocation. That's quite significant, and I'm just curious about this idea of 3 buildings that are separate but providing means of egress through the other building is something that the Buildings Department has done before, because we've seen situations where you can get your second means of egress through another building. Isn't that correct?
Yes, existing buildings, they are allowed to
Okay.
use means of egress from the other buildings. I don't think the applicant has ever offered this up to the Buildings Department for review.
All right, but it's something that could be looked at?
We could review that, yeah. But in addition, we also have that we need place of assembly certificates of operation for these large spaces. And we need the classifications properly identified on the certificates of occupancy.
If the board acts on this case and before the Buildings Department tries and files applications before us, would you give the applicant an opportunity to try and resolve this?
If the applicant is willing to come in and file an application that demonstrates compliance with the code, we will consider that. I mean, we don't want to have a building without an operating certificate of occupancy. We do work with the applicants while they're coming into compliance, while they're legalizing.
Okay. Any other questions? Any speakers on this item?
Thank you.
Mr. Wright?
All right, I think that was a helpful discussion. Just to,
It just seems to me that...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean, go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, my
It
mistake.
just seems to me that your proposal doesn't have to be considered in the context of this appeal.
Well,
And
the
it really is-
gallery feels extremely serious about, I mean, I don't want to go through the whole history here, the 2-year history of time, of the
Yes, please
Department
don't.
of Buildings, in multiple years, where we sat down with examiners, we worked everything out. This appeal all started over a sprinklers application, had nothing to do with public assembly, and then it snowballed. And in my view, it's just poorly done. But not by legal, by the denials. The denials are just flawed as a matter of law, and they should have never been issued, and it compromises the gallery's operation, which they've worked long, so this is extremely serious. But just let me just try to clarify my solution. Yes, these are all, I do talk about these being as one facility and being access between them, but my solution would keep the C of Os the way they are. Retail on the wings, an F3 in the middle. We'd put the egress and the F3 in the middle. We have complied with the C of Os, which were issued by the Department of Buildings over a period of time without question, and were never questioned afterwards. However, I use this sort of illustrative purposes because there will be access between them, and that does exist, and buildings do use each other. But I don't want to say we're going to shift all three buildings into F3s and go down that road, because I don't think that's really required. What I'm saying, though, is we have an existing scheme of 3 C of Os. We would comply with those 3 C of Os the way they are now and move forward, and that's we think we should move forward, rather than continuing to fight with the DOB over this, and an insistence about DOB, a blind insistence that 6 means of egress be put in these buildings. That's just something that's extremely difficult for our clients to swallow, and we've talked them into this. There's 3 ways out now. We've talked to them, we've convinced them that this is the way to go, and we'd like to work on that, but we don't want to see a decision by the DOB about BSA against us, and then try to work from that backdrop. That would put us in a very difficult legal
All
position.
right, I don't think there's anything that, your novel solution doesn't really address what's before the board. And I think it would be hard for us to somehow incorporate that into the discussion and then rule on the certificates of occupancy on the 2 corner buildings as it is right now, which is, I guess, retail. I think the board, at least myself, I won't be here, but maybe the board members can speak to this issue. I don't think there's anything in the record for the board to take a position that those are retail and the center space is a gallery.
I think the arguments we've
So-
made are pretty clear, and so may I suggest something that we
Well,
let
can
us?
I- Can I
Okay,
just
sorry, Mavis, go ahead.
speak for myself as
Sure.
being?
Yes,
I
please.
hopefully will be here. I have not found your arguments to date persuasive in stating that those 2 wing buildings should remain retail. So I have not. I don't know about the other commissioners.
I just
But-
refer back to the Department of Buildings submission,
Right.
where it showed a number of different openings over the course of the past, I guess, 6 months, and they occurred in all 3 addresses. So I think all the buildings operate the same, that they have art openings and art shows.
Right.
I would have to concur with my colleagues. I even think that your idea of utilizing sort of this entire space as sort of means of egress might open the door to actually the building department saying it all functions as one. This is, gallery space throughout. So it could be a slippery slope for you because you could see both sides of the issue.
Right.
Personally, I was not persuaded by your arguments, and I feel all 3 spaces
Right.
really
Well,
function
what
as
I'd like the
galleries.
opportunity, though, is to respond the DOB letter, which came last week, which we think has fundamental flaws in it. I'd like to put that before the board. I'd like to put before the board, I think the DOB legal analysis was incorrect on a number of major issues. It directly contradicted all 3 of the denials, so that's our best case right there. So I'd like to put that on the record. I'd like to put a plan in front of the board for the middle building for its consideration, and have one
I
more
don't
hearing,
think
and then we can move on.
I don't
And
think-
I'd like, I'm sorry, and a chance to talk to my clients. So that's what I'm requesting.
All right, well, we'll give you a chance to respond back to the Buildings Department's submission. But I don't think there's any basis for us to look at a plan in light of what really is an issue of code and the interpretation of the code. So you can work with the Buildings Department, but I don't see if there's any merit for you to present that to us. All right? So.
I'd like an opportunity to come back for one more hearing to
No,
present the
I'm sorry, I
plan.
don't think we can.
I'm making the request on the record, okay?
Okay, all right. If there's anything compelling in what you provide to us, we can consider reopening, but at this point, I
Okay.
think the commissioners, we should close the hearing. All right. So we're going to close the hearing. We'll give you, you can submit to us in 3 weeks.
That's
July-
fine. What's that date?
July 15th. And we can set the decision date for July 29th. Make a motion to close.
Thank you.
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
zoning calendar, decision items, item number 5. Calendar number 12413BZ, 95 Groton Street, Brooklyn, Rothkrug, Inspector.
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Item number 6, calendar number 12513BZ, 97 Groton Street, Brooklyn, Rothkrug, Inspector.
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Item number 7, calendar numbers 21613BZ and 21713A, 750 Barclay Avenue, Staten Island, Rampula Associate Architects.
Good morning, Philip Rampula.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that this is indeed a special day. It is a day for a viable business that was destroyed by Hurricane Sandy to be able to rebuild after almost 2 years. It is the last day for the chair, and I appreciate all of the hard work that you have devoted to this board. And I would like to thank the other commissioners on the board also. As the father of 4 daughters, I do appreciate the lessons and the paths that you have forged. And not finally, but I hope that through my cases and my testimony, all of my cases, except for very few, have related to Staten Island. And I hope I've shown you what our fair borough is about and how different it is from the other 4 boroughs. And I do appreciate the due consideration that was given. And finally, today is my birthday, and I thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Item number 8, calendar number 27913BZ, 223 West 34th Street, Manhattan, Warshaw, Bernstein.
Good morning, Josh Reinsmith for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Item number 9, calendar number 28413BZ, 168-42 Jamaica Avenue, Queens, Warshaw, Bernstein.
Josh Reinsmith.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 10, calendar number 28613BZ, 2904 Voorhees Avenue, Brooklyn, Eric Palatnik.
Good morning, Eric Palatnik.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 11, calendar number 31013BZ, 459 East 149th Street, The Bronx, Eric Palatnik.
Good morning again, Eric Palatnik.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 12, calendar number 32513BZ, 3170 Webster Avenue, The Bronx, Eric Palatnik.
Good morning again, Eric Palatnik.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Thank you. And since everybody else has been saying something, I'm not going to echo all the intelligent comments that they made about you, your demeanor and how smart you are, because we all know that. I just want to relay a story to Madam Chair that you're not familiar with, but there was a passing last year of a great former chair of the board, Roger Bennett. And at the funeral, there were a lot of zoning practitioners from the last 20 years that I learned a lot from there. And one person said about you, don't you get the sense that she sometimes knows your applications better than you? And that's been echoed by virtually every applicant out there. And coming from a time when I started when I questioned whether the board actually read all of the applications, I knew for sure that, Madam Chair, you read every word that we wrote. And as everybody else said, you set a very high bar, and you set a standard that's going to continue, I think, for everybody in the room. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 13, calendar number 9-14BZ, 4168 Broadway, Manhattan, Warshaw Bernstein.
Josh Rinesmith for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Item number 14, calendar number 1814BZ, 1245 Fulton Street, Brooklyn, Warshaw Bernstein.
Josh Rinesmith for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
I too just wanted to take this time to thank you, express my appreciation for everything you've done for the board. It's been a pleasure practicing before you, and I wish you the best of luck in your future position.
Thank you.
Continued hearings, item number 15, calendar number 21412BZ, 2784 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn, Philip Nizer.
In the hallway.
Is the applicant here?
Yeah, he's here. Well, she is, at least. The associate's here.
All right, we'll second call this item. We'll second call this item.
Here he is.
Item number 16.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Yes, please come
Oh, I'm
forward.
sorry. Again, item number 15, calendar number 21412BZ, 2784 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn, Philip Nizer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This matter has been before you a few times, and to save some time, I'd like to move right into the comments that I heard from the executive session. The first point is the point of good faith reliance. And in that particular situation, we have two cases that might help us decide the good faith reliance. We have the Pantelis case that was decided in the Supreme Court in 2008, and we have the Wood case that was decided in 2013 by the Appellate Division, First Department. And in both of those cases, the fact situation was that an application was filed at the building department, a determination was made after a full examination, not a self-certification, that they would issue a building permit for the required work. After that, the work was started, the money was expended, and subsequently after that, the permit was revoked. So what we had in that case was we had a full examination, we had a full determination by the building department, we had an issuance of a valid, at that time, permit, we had construction costs incurred by the applicant, and then we had a denial of that application. Exact same facts as here. We had, in this particular case, the application was filed in September of 2011. The issuance of the permit was made in November, the last day in November of 2010. I'm sorry, the application was in 2010, September, and November 2010, it was issued. Not one penny of the money that we're claiming was spent on the development of this project was spent prior to the issuance of a valid, what they believed to be a valid permit. And when the revocation came about, the applicant had spent 90% of the 90% of the work was completed. As a matter of fact, even after the stop work order, there was delivered to the site a piece of equipment that would have lessened the noise from the blowers, and that still lies at the site because it could not be installed because of the stop work order. I have with me the architect who communicated with the building department. And so, although he's filed 2 affidavits, he's here today to testify and to answer any questions that this board wants to ask with respect to the reliance and the process that was followed. I know that it was discussed yesterday, and so he's present today. Does anyone wish to ask a
Any questions for the architect?
I guess I have one question. Okay.
Just please state your name for the record when.
Alexander Aldowski.
Okay. When the stop work order was issued on May 6th, 2011, and the objections were issued, there were 2 objections. One had to do with the open area at the rear, and the other one had to do with discontinuous. The objection regarding the open area was cured? I mean, that was resolved with the DOB?
Yes, that was actually the first objection that came to us by mail. The 2-year discontinuance came to us a month later.
Okay, yeah, a few days, I believe,
Or
after the
later-
stop
later
work
on.
order. Right. So that was the only objection remaining. It had
That's
nothing to do with the open area at the rear.
The open area objection was resolved by simply stating in the back of the rear of the lot that there will be no loading and unloading of any large equipment from trucks. That was put on the plans, and that objection was satisfied. And the second objection regarding the discontinuance was also satisfied later on through the commissioner, not at the level of the zoning officer.
But it came up again.
In
August.
It came up the second time. They
In
raised that
August.
issue again. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that was, I just wanted to make sure that first objection was cleared up. Okay, thank you.
Another question that was raised at the executive session was, while this was operated legally for just a little over a year, did the applicant recoup any of the money that the $460,000 that they had to lay out for the improvement? And the answer to that is absolutely not. And the exhibit that I put together for you, I think it's exhibit number 28, shows that there was the cost of construction, but also there was costs that were incurred for that period, rent, the labor cost, there was advertising and promotion to establish goodwill, and they had to have supplies. That's all laid out. It's approximately $200,000. So when they were starting out, they didn't have an opportunity to have it run long enough to recoup any of their capital improvement. They did pay their bills, but they didn't have anything left over for that. The next issue that was raised, again, I would like Alex to come up and explain. The statement by the board was, well, we know that we have a specialty building, and we know that we have a filtration system as part of the foundation. Why can't we just back up a concrete truck and pour concrete into the base, into that, and that way you won't have any cost? So with that, I'd like to have Alex again explain the engineering and the problems with that.
But I just want to comment on that in terms of your characterization. It wasn't that we said, why don't you put concrete into it and fill it up? I think it was more of a question of trying to understand whether there was another solution which didn't require you taking out the trench and taking out the foundations to reuse the building.
Right, I wasn't trying to characterize it.
Okay, all right.
I characterized it as back up the truck.
I know, it
No,
sounded
that
a
was
bit
not
like that.
part of the thing. No, it was just the alternative. Why couldn't you fill in
Right,
the
exactly.
concrete because it was so So the architect will explain exactly the issue and
Okay.
how reinforced this is.
My opinion pretty much comes from two other sources. The gentleman who upgraded the equipment, who reinforced everything, and our in-house engineer. Our in-house engineer explains that the building has been there for 60 years. If you were to fill it with concrete, there's a certain requirement. I believe he said 3,000 psi that would have to be filled in with concrete. That would create an additional constant load, and eventually, throughout time, the exterior walls, because it's all interconnected with rebars and horizontal diagonal rebars, because it's all interconnected, he believes that the exterior walls will buckle in. So,
Could you begin a step further back and just explain what the trench is and where it
There's-
actually is
there's-
located and?
yeah, there's a trench drain that's about 4 foot deep. That's throughout the entire throughout the entire building.
How wide is it?
It's about maybe 18 to 24 inches.
Okay, all right, so fairly narrow.
Right, and it's deep and it's interconnected with the entire plumbing system, and it was reinforced with steel plates to upgrade it for additional support because it was deteriorating because it has been there for 60 years. And not only was it reinforced, and that's it. That's pretty much what the trench drain is.
Mhm.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I'm probably a little more enlightened than I was prior to this, but you're basically saying that if you fill that with concrete, now it's going to cause stress on the walls? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Because the building is so old and because this additional new load, constant load, would create an inconsistency.
Because the concrete in and of itself is heavy, is what you're saying?
Yes.
But you have materials like lightweight concrete.
I don't think we explored that option in the office.
Okay. Or even sand. I mean, you just want to fill in place. It's sort of like an underground storage tank. You want to be able to fill it in place, make it stable, so that you can either walk on top of it or do whatever, but you don't necessarily have to fill it with concrete to make that happen. I mean, that's the goal.
We had a
is to make it
conversation
stable.
specifically about concrete. That's possibly an alternative, but regardless of whatever alternative will be explored, the building is extremely old and it's very fragile, and I don't think, from what he explains to me, there will have to be a substantial upgrade to the exterior bearing walls to support any additional load.
Okay, any other questions for the architect? All right, thank you.
Dealing with this structure, this is a specialty building. This is not a building that can be converted into a retail or anything else. The walls are not the walls that we see in construction today. They're not insulated, they're not reinforced, they are to protect the water from spilling out and to enclose a piece of equipment that washes the cars. But it's, first of all, we gave you an as-of-right building, which was designed for parking and for access. And that building that's on the site is right on County Island Avenue. Would require that you park in the back of it. So in reality, if you were going to develop that site, you would have to rip that building down. It's a specialty building. It's not meant for retail purposes. And as a result, the demolition would cost approximately $100,000. Mr. Freeman is here. He's filed his report. But there was a question at the executive session as to the cost involved in not only the demolition and the construction of a new site, but also the remediation that is required because of what was found in the soil. And so I have with me Jack Freeman, who can speak to the cost, and I'd appreciate you giving him an opportunity to explain it, and then Hiram Rothkrug, who was the person who can answer the questions that were also raised at the executive session as to who is responsible for the condition of the soil.
All right, why don't we, I know Commissioner Martinez had that question. Perhaps Mr. Rothrow can come first and
Sure.
then discuss that.
Good morning, Hiram Rothkrug.
Excuse me, before you begin, could I just ask, because I don't recall whether or not you had provided that argument about the reuse of the building prior to this, because you did give us a lot of paper, but I would find it really helpful if you would add in a narrative about what you basically just said, because the questions that we're dealing with here are not only what happens if we demolish the building and go into the earth, but the other question is the alternative. Is there a possible way to reuse the building and not go into the earth? And you actually gave us a pretty good explanation as to why, in terms of how much cost you would incur, and that would be very helpful if you could
I will
document
do it
that.
by affidavit at the,
All
whatever
right,
time.
or a statement or something. Okay. Mr. Rothkrug?
Good morning.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes, the remediation costs are between $400,000 and $500,000 by estimate. And $375,000 of that is basically to clean up the groundwater on the site.
Not only the, well, it's
With
not.
a well system in operation for 5 years. Now, in the Phase 2, they determined there is gasoline on the site, and even the consultant said the source of it is off-site. And
Right.
in the Phase 1, the suspected source was the British Petroleum gas station. up the block.
I couldn't confirm that. Next door to our site, which is now the 7-Eleven, there was a gas station located there for some 60-odd years, and we were also advised that there were still tanks that were sealed in place on that portion of the site. And it's even come to my attention that the car wash site at some point in time could have been part of the gas station site next door. So it's it could be just as likely that petroleum contamination came from the former gas station next door as it is from the BP station up the block.
Well, you didn't do the Phase 2, is
Yes,
that
we
correct?
did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and you did the Phase 1 also?
No.
No.
Did the
Okay.
Phase 2.
So
We
was
did
in the
Phase
Phase
2 testing.
In the Phase 1, I really got the impression that
We couldn't.
there's an open spill report on the BP spill.
Yeah, we can't.
It's supposedly a very large spill. And I know if the DEC is monitoring that, they probably have an idea of the extent of the spill.
It's possible it could have come from the BP site, but for us to prove that, we'd have to do a trail of testing off our site on sidewalks, other properties, to get up to the BP site to see if, in fact, it did come from BP. And even if it did, even if we could, state, hey, we think, you should remediate our site or pay for that, BP probably has a room like this full of attorneys that would just be chomping at the bit to prevent any legal action, against them.
So the DEC doesn't monitor that type of, how, the extent of a major spill and responsibility or liability in terms of cleanup?
The state DEC could put monitoring wells on other sites or in sidewalks or whatever and keep, but they're not going to pinpoint other sites that were impacted by a spill.
They're not?
No, what they want to do is they want to monitor what's happening on the BP site to make sure that they're cleaning up the site by taking remedial actions for the groundwater and soil and everything else.
Stopping it at the source.
That's right, stopping it at the source. They're not going to identify other properties that were impacted and and notify owners of those properties that BP impacted their site. So.
You're basically saying that they would have to that your clients would have to clean it up anyway?
Well, they wouldn't have to clean it up. It's just if you redevelop the site with a retail use or a different building, you'd have to put in a sub-slab pressurization system in addition to a vapor barrier, an active system that would vent out the petroleum vapors and fumes from the groundwater for any new use on the site. Additionally, we also found 3 to 5 feet of coal ash and other semi-volatile chemicals that would also have to be disposed of appropriately at an approved transfer facility.
Wherever you did excavation.
Wherever you did excavation, the first 3 to 5 feet is coal ash and red brick and other
Phil.
other fill. Correct, but it's fill that is above EPA guidelines, so it would have to be disposed of appropriately.
All right, thank
And
you.
all those things, you know, add up to the whatever the estimated cleanup fees and remediation fees that Mr. Freeman has in his papers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Freeman I don't believe there are any questions for him, but you would like to...
There was a question, I was told at the executive committee about some of these expenditures, but they are all included in his report, and he's not adding anything to...
Right, no, I understand. I think that may have been my question about the 90,000 or the 100,000. That's for the removal.
Well, that was broke down in his report,
Okay.
40,000, 50,000, and 10,000 soft cost.
Okay.
But I believe it is...
Okay, all right, if it's there, that's fine.
But if there's something further that the board wants on it, I will. So as a result of these costs, I think the finding B of no reasonable possibility of a development as of right has been satisfied. Now the C finding. I'd like to take an opportunity to take you to a site that's half the city block, just like the site we have today, and put on that site a museum. And then ask you to define the essential character of a neighborhood. And I believe that reasonable people would have to take into consideration that there was a museum there. Just like if there was a car dealership for 50 years on the site, and you were asked to now define the essential character of that site, you would have to consider in what the character of the neighborhood was, this use that was being used. Here we have a site that has on it presently a car wash. It's been there for over 60 years. So when we look at the character of the neighborhood, we have to consider that that is part of the character of the neighborhood. Just like any other neighborhood that has something there for so long. And if you'd allow me to be so parochial and go back to the Bronx from whence I come, if you go to Fordham Road and you look at the Paradise Theater, you must consider that as part of the character of a neighborhood. And so I think that when we look at this, we look at whether or not we're going to change the character of the neighborhood, and we're not. It's been there for 65 years, and a grant here today, or when you decide, won't change the character of the neighborhood. This use was here well before some of the other property that have been developed in the area.
All right, Mr. McGrath, but the C finding also relates to adverse impacts on surrounding properties, and I think that's a concern regarding the traffic, and particularly since the site is somewhat compromised by its previous layout, which is having this building in the front without any reservoir spaces. I know that was raised as an issue.
All right, that is something that I will discuss. And with your permission, I would just like to have one other person address this panel, and it's a rabbi, Rabbi Cohen. In any event.
All right, why don't we do, yes.
We won't waste your time in waiting for the rabbi. The rabbi the applicant has agreed to close the car wash, if it's granted, to observe Shabbos, which means sundown on Friday.
Right, we're
all-
aware of that. You had
Right.
already noted that.
Right. And so this is part of dealing with the community. Also, as you can see, there was a construction of an exit on Garrett Court. We have agreed that that will be constructed with a solid wall. There'll be no exit to that court that ends up in the residence.
Well, I know that, Commissioner Montez, I know you had a lot of concerns about the C finding.
Yes, during the year that you did operate, there were noise complaints.
That's correct.
And you proposed adding a structure at the rear to contain the noise.
That's correct.
Now, that has never been examined by the DOB, and I know that there's this issue of having an open area at the rear. So
Well, all right.
that's an unresolved issue as far as C finding, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. We purchased some equipment to lessen the noise, but we were unable to install it because of the stop work order. It's on the premises now.
But you don't know if you will be able to install it because you are required to keep an open area adjacent to the residential.
That's
Oh, no.
right. Oh, no, it will not violate that open area. It's to lessen the noise, not of the cars, but of the equipment in the structure.
So it would be installed in the building.
It will be installed at the ends of the building so that there will be no noise or lessen whatever noise that would emanate from the building.
The other comments I made yesterday had to do with the lack of reservoir space and queuing in the street.
Well, with respect to this finding, I submitted to you a number of other car washes. And we also discussed the reservoir space here. So this car wash is right on the Coney Island Avenue, right on the building line. We have a process that we're going to push the car right in and wash it. And then we have 10 reservoir spaces in the back to process, to vacuum, to polish, to dry, and to do any adjustments that a normal car wash has had. So if you take a look at the exhibits that I gave you, you'll see up and down this area in Brooklyn where car washes are queuing and where they are, when they come out, they're using the sidewalk. We will not use the sidewalk, and we will cut down the queuing, and we will have an employee outside to move it. So we think that systemically involving a car wash, there are some queuings. But the most important day for a car wash, the busiest day for a car wash, is Saturday, and we're not going to operate on a Saturday or a Friday night. So listening to the community, and we have agreed with the rabbi that we will ask any grant to include that as a condition, not only for us, but for any car wash that's there.
Commissioner
And
LeBron, I know you had also asked for some additional analysis on this.
Right, I said it probably would be helpful for you, since not having reservoir spaces at the entrance seems to create all of this traffic backup. I wanted to know if you could present to us perhaps a survey of car washes in similar districts surrounded by residential that do not have reservoir spaces, and just show us how those are actually operating. That would be helpful.
Commissioner, I will do that, but I point out that the Hollywood car wash, which doesn't have reservoir spaces, is only is in the area, and it was granted a variance, and it operates, and it's, I think, exhibit it's exhibit 30 in your papers, but I will definitely refine it. But I also want to point out, that on exhibit 28, The Nissan Infiniti owner of that property, which is only a half a block away, which has, the opponents have submitted an affidavit of an employee. The owner of that, who not only owns one car dealership, but two in the area, one 3 blocks away and one a half a block away, said that he observed this car wash while it was in existence, and there was no problem being a half a block away, and they did not interfere with his business at all, and that you can find in Exhibit 29.
Oh, Commissioner, you had another question?
Right, and the other question I had to do with the history of operation here, because the question to me is, did something change between when it was originally the old car wash building, still enclosed, and now the new car wash building, in terms of perhaps the pathway that the cars took that is all of a sudden creating consternation in the neighborhood? So did you go in the reverse direction, or has it always been the
No,
same?
it's always been. This is pure speculation on the part of the community. We have testimony of 28, we have submitted affidavits from 28 business, I think it's 28 businesses, and a number of residents who say they have no problem with this. And, but we have tried to deal with the queuing in a positive way that wasn't in existence before.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner
Yes,
Hinkson.
could you just remind me again how long it takes to get through the system? I remember you saying it was, sort of this super uber fast
Yes,
system.
it is super fast because we have 3 tickets. And when the car pulls up, we immediately offer one of the 3 tickets to the driver. He gets out and we drive the car right in. There's no processing of the car. It just comes in and it goes in to the car wash. So that, like other car washes that we all know, you approach the car wash and they vacuum it before they put it into the system. Here, it goes immediately into the system, and it's part of the plan of operation. So it only takes seconds to get it off the street into it, and then there are 10 reservoir spaces that the car is pushed into, and then they process it.
And how many cars does that building actually hold? I mean,
It
how-
holds 1 in the process and 10, 1 coming out, and then 9
So-
on the plant.
So really, 2 can be processed at the same time. I come in, and then a couple of seconds later, somebody comes in.
Absolutely.
But only 2 really get through.
Absolutely, and then they're pushed right through, and then they're worked on afterwards, which is unusual, and Commissioner Brown asked me to articulate that, and I will, because it's different than any one that you'll see on the street.
Okay. Why don't we take testimony? Are there people here to speak on this item? Yes, please come forward. You'll be given 3 minutes. The rabbi. All right, you'll be.
Hi, my name is Rabbi Shlomo Cohen. I live in the community since 1992. I've been a rabbi in the synagogue. I had for 10 years on Manto Court, which is about 2 blocks away from the car wash. Ever since I remember myself, I always remember I've been a car wash in that community. And I usually go every week. I visit the businesses on Coney Island Avenue. I know these people. They've been telling me about the problems. And I actually suggested to them, even before the problem started, that the right thing to do is to close on Saturday because Jewish people should observe the Sabbath. And apparently when the problem started, I suggested that this would be not only a thing which would be good for God, it would be a thing that would be good for the community as a sort of compromise, that they will be closed on the Saturday. I mean, the community enjoyed very much this car wash. They've been doing a wonderful job. And from my experience, I didn't see any, like I said, I'm there every week visiting. I didn't see any major traffic or any other problems. I've just heard good things from the community about this car wash.
Okay. Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you.
All right.
All right, this, speakers on this item, please come forward. You'll be given 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Gregory Ozorski. I'm the president of the board for the co-op that's located right behind the car wash. And with all due respect, Rabbi does not represent this community. There are a few concerns: noise, traffic, and also the use of chemicals that they use on the cars that the car enters the car wash. It actually spills on the sidewalk. And you get a really fine mist when you pass by. Also, when the guy said that they jump in the car right away, guess what? The car stops on the sidewalk. Then the drivers change. That's ridiculous. And he's saying there is no traffic. Guess what? When they have 10 cars piled up, the traffic goes for another 2 blocks. And tell you the truth, I almost got into a fight with a couple of drivers because the Gerald Court itself gets blocked by them. I can't make a turn from Coney Island to Gerald Court. So I have to also block the traffic and wait for them to move their cars so I can enter my street where a bunch of shareholders live that I represent. And also you received, I believe, 65 signed affidavits versus their 28.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers?
Good morning. I would just like to address one thing that
Please
has...
state your name, sir.
My name is William Allen.
Thank you.
I've been here before. One thing about this good faith issue, I want to address the fact that under the Freedom of Information Act request, and this has directly effect of the good faith issue that they claim they have with the Department of Buildings, the Z-Water water bills for the third quarter, the busiest part of the season for the car wash, these bills cover the years after 2005 and 2010, excuse me. Before that, they claim that they went to the board of the Buildings Department, and they got an okay for them to begin construction. However, we've, under the Freedom of Information Act, tried to obtain those records that the Borough Commissioner gave them. Unfortunately, after a 2-month investigation by that department, they vanished. So it's kind of a scandal to begin with. All of a sudden, all that stuff is gone. But we did get the water bills, and the water bills show that between the period I'm talking about, that the place was closed. Because in 2007, the third quarter sewer tax, which is based on both artesian well water and city water, shows a bill of $32. In 2008, it's $44. In 2009, it's $50. In 2010, it's $58, which means for 3 months, all you had to do was flush the toilet maybe once or twice a week, and you would have those bills. And this is the minimum amount of money that the city taxes for the sewage. So, and that is based on the water usage. The bills show 0 water usage, which means that me, as not even a lawyer, knew that the building was closed. And they're claiming that they went in good faith to the buildings department and said, oh, the car wash was open. It's impossible to spend that kind of money and not know or invest in a business where you know you don't have the zoning rights. It's not grandfathered in. Okay, now, the problem here is if I throw enough money around, okay, it seems to be that I can get away with whatever I want. Ignore the zoning, ignore the codes, ignore everything. And this is what I'm going to use as an argument. I don't think that works. And it's certainly not a legal way to do things. So we've already established, or I've tried to establish, that the place was not in operation, and they knew it. It's impossible not to know it. I mean, how does I as a resident with no experience know it? Just by getting a few documents and writing it in. So this whole thing about they acted in good faith and spent this money is bogus. And that's the basis of my argument. I just want to present you with these water bills.
You can give it to me.
You can give it to him.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker?
Also, the Nissan co-owner, not an employee, I gave you the original copy of that letter.
Thank you. All right, any more speakers on this item? Are there any more speakers? And if you could, then please come forward.
Sorry.
response from the Department of Buildings. That's their request for the code. My name is Lois Padower, a neighbor. My husband, Oscar Jager, has some health problems that precluded his being here today, but he watched the YouTube video of yesterday's executive session and then wrote out his reaction to it. Here is what Oscar wrote. If I understand her correctly, Commissioner Srinivasan initially seemed to be saying that for the applicant to establish that it relied in good faith on the issuance by the Department of Buildings, DOB, of a construction permit, it is sufficient that the applicant show that such a permit had in fact been issued and that the applicant had then incurred substantial expenses during construction. She did not seem to be taking into account the question of whether the applicant knew or had reason to know that this issuance was in error. Then one of the other commissioners made that very point. She said that she was having trouble accepting the applicant's good faith argument inasmuch as she had doubts about whether the applicant was truly ignorant that the issuance was in error. Commissioner Srinivasan then agreed with what the other commissioner had said, namely that the knowledge or absence of knowledge possessed by the applicant was indeed relevant. I have sent the board a ton of documentation showing that Harvey Stashower, the president of Shaymax Harris and the owner of the predecessor car wash, had to have known that his business was inoperational for more than 2 years. If Harvey knew, or reasonably should have known, that Z-Best was not grandfathered, then he did not act in good faith. It is possible that those who are leasing this property from Harvey, namely Russell Shern and Emmanuel Max Digalov, the owners of Z-Best Car Wash, may not have known what was going on. Harvey may indeed have misled them or even lied to them. But they might not know, or they might know. But Z-Best is not the applicant for the zoning variance. Shaymax Harris is. If Max and Russell were misinformed by Harvey, then they should sue him. What should not happen is for the board to issue a zoning variance because its members feel sorry for Harvey or even for Max and Russell. After all, Max and Russell had an obligation to conduct their own due diligence. At its executive session, the commissioners declared themselves to be having doubts about Harvey's good faith. But I believe they should have gone further. They should have declared what the available evidence reveals, namely that Harvey was not acting in good faith. It makes me wonder whether the commissioners even read the materials I sent them, including the water bills I obtained from the Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, and my extensive analysis of those bills. In their deliberations, why didn't the commissioners highlight the fact that the applicant has never produced a single piece of direct evidence in support of its claim that the predecessor car wash was continuously operational throughout 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2010? The credible evidence that I have filed with the board shows Mr. McGrath and his clients have engaged in deception. The board should not allow itself to be deceived. I would like to state further, I thought I was running over the 3 minutes and cut out that we haven't seen anything submitted about sales receipts, workman's compensation, income tax. We haven't seen any indication about those several years. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
congratulations on you.
Thank you. Yes, you're here to speak. There's one more speaker, Mr. McGrath.
Hi, my name is Gregory Zaydeman, and I am Vice President of Lincoln Co-op, that behind the car wash. And I've been living in this neighborhood for 22 years. And of course, I use the old car wash. And that was a different time then. Times changed. It used to be, you know how many buildings been built on Brighton Beach? Huge, huge development. So now traffic is humongous. On a red light, even without operation of this car wash, traffic spread from the Avenue Z all the way to Avenue Y and further. These are two small blocks, and there is also bus stop. And like the president said, there is no way to make a turn to our street. There's no way. And when the car wash opened, we were like happy, oh, old car wash. But now it's a different time. All around is a nice restaurants, a lot of people, a lot of cars. There are 2 plaster galleries where children come from all over the Brooklyn, I would say. A lot of children passing by. And sometimes you can get spread with a chemical when you pass the car wash. I'm not talking about the noise. Noise was tremendous. Like every 2 minutes, fire department truck is passing. It was ridiculous. So our life changed. Now actually it's quiet. Now it's beautiful. Life is beautiful now. But when the car wash was open, it was a disaster. I'm telling you guys. So it's up to you. But our life will change for a long time, and it's not the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
This gentleman speaking?
Oh, okay. Mr. McGrath?
Although
All
I-
right, so,
I would like to make,
yes.
just- I think I've said it yesterday, I didn't really bring it up today, about the initial stop work order. When 90% of the work had been completed was the first time, I believe, that the Department of Buildings brought up the issue of discontinuance. And from other hearings, the Department of Buildings generally assumes that the use has been continued until they get a challenge, and evidently they got a challenge. And up until that point, whose responsibility was it to make sure it was a grandfathered, non-conforming use? Was it the Buildings Department's responsibility, or was it the owner's responsibility?
Well, I think it's the issuing agency, but let me just suggest that you look at the affidavit of the architect, and on page 2 of the first affidavit, paragraph 4, he deals with a meeting that was held on November 1st, 2010, when there was the plan examiner 2 and Commissioner Gallagher. And Commissioner Gallagher raised this issue at that time and told the plan examiner to review this before they would go further. And so it was brought up then. The building department determined to issue the permit. I don't know what the commissioner did or did not do. I don't know what the planning examiner did, but it was definitely raised, and it is part of the affidavit that's part of the record.
But they accepted it because the team,
We didn't have anything to do with.
no, but, I mean, if they raise the issue of whether this is a grandfathered use,
No,
then-
Commissioner Gallagher raised the issue with his plan examiner.
of what? What was the issue that he raised?
Whether it was properly zoned and whether or not that was 2 years. And I've set forth this in the affidavit, and then the building department acted. I can't tell you what they did, but the issue was, as the commissioner asked just now, when it was first raised, it was raised on November 1st, 2010, and it was passed upon by the building department. We didn't have anything to do with it. We didn't submit anything to this, contrary to what I've just heard, and take exception that I'm trying to mislead this board. We didn't have anything to do with it. If the commissioner raised it internally with the plan examiner. And then we went, and a week later.
But the architect must have given a response. I don't
The
understand. Raise the
architect is
issue, there has
here.
to be a response to
Not
it.
only is the architect here, but if you look at that affidavit, the representative of the owner was there, and it wasn't directed to them. Well, I'll let them speak.
Oh, they just raised it, and
It
let
was
go.
in the course of a conversation, as I set forth in the affidavit. It was between the building department. It was the commissioner asking a question of the plan examiner. They weren't asking us, they were asking. And so the only time that we then deal with this is on reconsideration after the stop work order, but never before.
I see your item that you're mentioning in the affidavit. So you're saying that Commissioner Gallagher asked the plan examiner to research whether or not the auto laundry had been in continuous use for the prior 2 years. And that's really what you're basing your case on.
Well, I'm not basing my case on that. I'm just advising you that at that November 1st, that was a discussion. But we're basing our case on reliance that there was an issue, that there was a full examination of this, and the building department, excuse me, I apologize. And the building department then issued the permit.
But it's my understanding that the buildings department considers it's the responsibility of the owner to do their due diligence to ensure that it's a legal, non-conforming use. And they don't question that unless there's,
Well,
someone brings up the issue.
I don't know the procedure in the
Well, I
building
think they're
department.
slightly different. What they do is they'll accept a certificate of occupancy, which notes that there's a use, and unless they're questioned or challenged later on, they'll assume that that certificate of occupancy is valid, and there hasn't been discontinuance. I think that's the standard that they've used. In this case, I think, my concern is that you have an affidavit that was based, that's written by the owner, correct?
No.
That was the architect.
The
Okay.
architect.
All right. Explaining a conversation that took place between two buildings department officials,
Correct.
but did not involve them, and somehow that allowed the permit to be issued.
We
All right,
don't.
okay, I understand that's
We
an
don't know
affidavit.
what happened
We'll give it the
in
weight
the
that we
building
give
department.
affidavits. Okay.
The chair,
Okay.
Commissioner asked that question, and I just bring it to your attention.
All right.
that-
Well, why don't we set a schedule for the next hearing then? And I think it would be helpful that you respond to the concerns that we've heard from the neighbors as well. It seems that there are definitely 2 points of view here about whether the car wash has an impact or doesn't have an impact. Some people think it does, some people say it doesn't. Is there any way that you could actually give us some counts of what happens at this intersection, what you imagine will be at its peak, the effect that you could have on that intersection when the traffic's at its peak?
I will try to get that, but let me point out that on the record, we have said that we will have an employee at that intersection, and we will not block that intersection.
I understand that, but.
But I will,
But I'll tell
that's
you,
a
my
different-
concern is
Yes.
that you have the ability, and maybe in refining your statements, I know Commissioner Otley Brown wants to sort of know more about the operation, but it seems one concern is that if there's typically in your peak hour, you get 10 or 12 cars, and you have the ability to move cars, 3 cars onto the site immediately, then there's a period of, 2 or 3 minutes, I think you said, before those cars move on and you can get more cars in. Tell me if I'm wrong, something, right? There's-
Basically, that's
All right,
right.
so, but I think it would be helpful if just we understand what happens at a given point in time in terms of the number of cars that you could get, and I think we should just be honest, if there's a backup, there's a backup. So my question is, you'll have a monitor, you have certain constraints on your site regardless, and the operation of this, and we just want to understand whether that's going to
Right.
create any queuing problems.
Right, and I myself have studied on the weekend different car washes, and if you go to the peak hours, every car wash has a queue. But we will refine it, and
Okay,
we'll have
and
affidavits.
And I think there's one thing that seems to be an issue here, which may be different from car washes. It's very likely that there are other car washes that don't have queuing space. I think what makes this a little more problematic is that it's just the location of the car wash vis-à-vis the intersection that makes it particularly complicated.
Right.
And if you could just speak to that.
Right.
Okay?
Um,
All right, so why don't we set a schedule then? Would you like 3 weeks?
Fine.
Okay, so that's July 15th, and we can continue the hearing on July 29th.
I have a point of personal privilege. I too have appeared before you many times over a number of years. And we have not always agreed, but every time that I've appeared before you, my clients knew, and I knew, that I was getting a considered opinion that was honest, and there was no other consideration other than to serve the city of New York as you have done, not only at this department, but also at the City Planning Commission. And I have seen a number of commissioners who I couldn't say the same thing about, but I know that the Board of Standards and Appeals is losing a great chairperson, and only to be a benefit to Landmarks Preservation Commission, which I have a nodding acquaintance with also.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath.
Item number 16, calendar number 6513BZ, 123 Franklin Avenue, Brooklyn, Eric Palatnik.
Hello, good morning, Eric Palatnik.
All right, Mr. Plotkin, we had a few questions. First of all, what are you proposing? Are you proposing a three-story?
It's 3 stories. We
Okay,
were giving
all
the
right.
2 alternatives and letting
All
you
right.
take your pick, but
Okay,
it's the
fine.
3-story.
So we're talking about the three-story.
Yes.
Clarified that. I know we had a few questions on your survey that you gave us, and perhaps Mr. Rasmussen can, I think he did the survey, right?
Yes, he
If
did on the
They
Sanborn
can just refine
map.
it somewhat, and I know Commissioner Otley Brown had just some concerns about the years of the Sanborns and actually identifying the sites and showing us how they've changed over time.
Right, because you had, your base year, I believe, was 1904, and then you gave us several pages, and you correctly identified all of the detached buildings in your 1904 page. However, you gave us all the other succeeding pages, but none of them are highlighted. So we can follow your narrative, and your narrative was very good in describing the process and what happened through time. However, if we wanted to independently verify that by looking map to map, it was
hard
impossible
to
to do
find.
because there is no shading on any of those maps.
Right. So we'll update that and shade the maps for you.
This way, we could see the progress as the buildings are falling away
Right.
slowly but surely through time.
Well, one thing is you could identify all the properties in a particular color or something for each map, and then the ones that get demolished over time showed in another color. So what you'll see is map by map, more and more buildings get demolished, and by the time we get to the end, we know which ones are standing.
We'd be happy to do that.
All right. Commissioner Otley, Commissioner Montanez, you had a question about the zoning lot.
Right, I know you, you said that in the 1960 C of O should not really be considered, but when, in 1961, these 3 lots were in joint, single ownership. So wouldn't it automatically be considered one zoning lot?
No, there needs to be an assertive action taken in order for that to occur, and that's why there's zoning lot mergers that occur. And that's the assertive action. It's put in place, the zoning lots are created for the benefit of the property owner. So that wasn't done, the zoning lot merger was not done, actually, for some time later, was when the 2 lots were officially merged, half of Lot 8, the 2 numbers are 108 and 8, when they were merged,
Is that
was sometime later.
2012?
Yes,
So
correct.
the-
If
this-
anything, the lot was actually made bigger. It was originally 25 feet, and the addition of the 12 and a half feet to the lot actually made it bigger. I think the way that you're viewing it is that all 3 lots were one lot, and we made it smaller. We're asserting that the correct way to view it is that all 3 lots were never formally merged, but rather were independent tax lots that happened to be under coincident ownership, and that there was an assertive act taken recently to merge the 2, causing them to become 37 feet from the 25 and the 12 and a half.
Right, so in 1961, actually, the 3 were 3 lots of record under the zoning
Correct.
lot definition.
Correct. And that's our assertion. And also, I believe there was a question yesterday about the returns. I'm not sure if it was Commissioner Montanez or Commissioner
It was
Ali
me,
Brown
and
that
it
raised
was, it was like a two-step question. It was basically judging the relative returns between the 3-story and the 4-story, which I'm not sure is even relevant anymore, since now you're just presenting the 3-story. But
Correct.
the question had to do with your construction period for the smaller building, and then judging the return that you mentioned, which I believe was 4.5, which I thought was 5.5.
Okay.
Is it within 1 year, or is it a longer construction period like the second one?
For the
That's all.
the 3 stories at 11 months. The 4 story was
So
at
it
at
is
13
within 1
months.
year.
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay, thanks.
Commissioner Hinkson?
Yes, I just had a question about your height. Your total height, I guess, is 38 feet. And I'm wondering whether or not you can align it with the adjacent building where that's a 3-story building, and I think they're at 38 feet, but that includes their parapet.
Yeah, they're at 39 feet with the parapet, and we're at 39 feet just up to the parapet.
I thought it was 39 to the roof, isn't it?
He's got it dimensioned on, we'll clarify for you.
Because it's about 1.5 foot taller than that adjacent building. So I'm wondering if you have the opportunity, you are, 4 feet above grade, so you might have opportunity to actually lower that a bit and come in line with the adjacent building. Could you take a look at that?
We'll take a look at it. The only thing is, it is going to wreak havoc a little bit on the floor by floor on the heights.
No, you can keep your floor-to-floor heights. I think where you can sort of jigger it a little bit is going to be in your basement level.
I'll talk to the architect and see what they can do.
Right, you're going to lower the first floor.
Yes, I understand.
All right, and if you can also just remove the layout and allow Buildings Department to review the internal layouts of the units?
We'd be happy to.
All right. And where are you on your environmental review?
They're submitting the HASPs to DEP right now, and once they're submitted, we should satisfy DEP with that.
All right, are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, does the board have any concerns if we close the hearing today? No. Okay, so you'll be providing us that refinement of the study?
Yes.
And reducing the height to make sure it matches with the adjacent building. And you're going to remove the layout
We will.
and get your DEP sign-off. So why don't we give you enough time for that? If you can submit all your material to us on July 29th, we can vote this out on August 12th.
August 20th?
12th?
12th, thank you.
Motion to close.
Chair Srinivasan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 17, 15513BZ, 1782 and 1784 East 28th Street, Brooklyn, the office of Frederick A. Becker.
Good morning, Lyra J. Altman from the Law Office of Frederick A. Becker. We did attend your executive session yesterday and heard your concerns. And I'd like to begin with something that was interesting to find yesterday. We had done research at the Department of Buildings and on the Department of Buildings website and had been unable to find a certificate of occupancy, which is why we had said that this was totally illegal. We have now been provided with a certificate of occupancy for the building on the right, 1782, for a synagogue and one-family home. So I will hand this up.
Okay, so it's for one of the buildings, is that correct?
That is correct.
So the synagogue, so that's the building to the right, is that correct?
That is correct, the one adjacent to the residential structure. I know that was one of the discussions yesterday as to if this were legal, perhaps this would change the way the board viewed things. As far as flipping the men's sanctuary, we did not have this until yesterday. I apologize for not having it previously. For some reason, it was not in the Department of Buildings files, but the rabbi was fortunately able to find that in his records.
All right, so this has been, this is the 1985?
That is correct.
Okay.
And
so the illegality, if there is one, it's really
on the left side,
left
and the
side.
temporary structure in the center that was built and is, for lack of a better word, not temporary.
Okay.
So I believe that addresses the issue of flipping the sanctuary from one side to the other. As far as the women's sanctuary, of course, it has to be located directly above the men's sanctuary, because as you are aware from the many synagogues that you have seen, there is a hole from the women's sanctuary down to the men's sanctuary so that they can see the rabbi and hear what is happening below.
Excuse me, it doesn't really answer,
Yes.
to me, it doesn't answer the question of why it can't be flipped.
Okay. I know there was a
It
statement
doesn't
yesterday.
answer the question of why it can't be flipped at the second floor level.
Right.
Well, the second floor level can't be flipped because if you were to put the women's sanctuary on the left side, it would not be above the men's sanctuary. If it
But
were
I
not
don't-
above the men's sanctuary, it would not, the women would not be able to see and hear the rabbi speak.
I'm sorry, I just really,
Are you talking about flipping the men's or the women's? Let me,
well, at the current, dimensions of the existing building, there's a couple of rooms on, I believe it's the south side, which
Okay.
have to do with a storage room, a two-fixture bathroom on the level of the men's sanctuary.
Okay.
Now, it's my understanding that those rooms would have to be switched to the north side.
it would entail, and what this would entail would be an
And-
entire redo of the men's sanctuary in order to flip it to the other side. And I believe the comments yesterday executive session were, it would be one thing if this were a legal facility, in which case we would understand it. But if this is an illegal facility, we have to take you back to the prior condition and look at, if this weren't built, where would we want this ideally to be located in this structure? Whereas in this case, the building is there, the men's sanctuary has been built, the money has been spent legally to put a men's sanctuary there, and to ask a not-for-profit to expend additional funds to flip it to the other side when the existing structure is perfectly legal, as far as the men's sanctuary is concerned, would be a large request. I believe that was part of what was being discussed yesterday, and I would agree with that statement.
Well, maybe I don't understand all the interior furnishings of the sanctuary, because when I look at the plans, all I see is a couple of partitions.
All
that
you're
would
seeing
have-
is the open space,
and
you're not seeing the
and a
place.
bathroom.
Correct, you're not seeing the beauty of the inside of the building, you're not seeing where the Torah is, you're not seeing where the rabbi stands, you're not seeing the setup of the interior of the structure
Could you
on the
give us
plan.
some photographs?
I can give you some more information on that.
Or maybe put it on the drawing or something so we can understand. I
I would be
understand
glad to
your
do so.
comment about the open area and how it can be located and has to allow people to look into the sanctuary, women. But I wonder if you, and I could be completely wrong, if you flipped it and you oriented the open space still towards the side where it is right now, not towards where it would be above I guess, the storage in the kitchen and those spaces. So, would it
Well,
work?
Right, I'm trying to understand exactly where you're,
I know, and unfortunately, the orientation of my drawing and my screen is a little confusing. Okay, so.
when you're looking at the
right
building
you
right
have
now,
it-
you've
right
got
now you have
sanctuary on the
open
right.
area that's on the north wall, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if you flip the homes, could you have the open area against the south wall of the home, not the north?
Then they wouldn't be over the rabbi. The women are going to want to see the rabbi, of course.
Okay, because where the rabbi stands is right, is that, and that
Yes.
is set by law,
Well,
where the
it's-
rabbi.
I'm not sure
I mean,
why.
in other words, can
I'm
the-
not sure how it was determined, but that's part of the structure, as I was explaining, of what's
Okay,
already been
but-
spent
but I'm
to set up
curious,
this
so
men's
is the
synagogue.
internal layout of the men's sanctuary, is that flexible to reallocate where the rabbi can stand?
Only if they want to reconstruct the entire interior of the
Okay, so
shul.
they're actually fixed seating?
This is set up, well, the rabbi's area is set. I don't know if the seating is set,
Okay, so
but the
seating's
rabbi's
not
area is set.
Is it set, but that can't be relocated?
It costs money to relocate. In order to relocate everything,
It's a platform, isn't it? I mean,
well, there's also an ark where the Torah is stored.
Okay,
Well,
so,
It's not-
okay, but.
It's not
I-
hanging on a wall on a hook.
There's
It's
also the
Okay, so it
area
has to
to
be-
the west,
I-
the west wall,
the,
the rear of the building.
Okay.
If the rabbi was there, then the women's viewing area could be directly over that.
again, you're talking about removing what's there currently and restructuring the interior of the
I
building,
don't
which
know
is
what's there.
presently legal.
I don't know what's there.
We're going to
currently.
provide you more information on that, with pleasure.
Okay, but in the event that you retaining the home, which is now in the south instead of the one in the
Correct.
north, is there other ways to sort of mitigate the roof structure and how it connects to the adjacent home? Because it's an attached home.
It
So I
is.
think that was what, at least partly that was what Commissioner Montanez was concerned about, because once you move in the direction of north, you have all these semi-detached homes, I believe they are, right? And the scale of this project has sort of a visual and streetscape effect. So from that standpoint, I don't know if the architect could just make it more sympathetic. So that's one. And the second is if you could actually outline to us whatever the sound attenuation you'd be doing, because I know that was the other issue that I think Commissioner Otley Brown had
I did
raised.
hear that concern. I spoke with the architect, and I'm waiting to get back the information for your board to give you additional detail on the sound attenuation, which I don't yet have. I have also asked for additional information. I know, Commissioner Hinkson, you had asked where that 12 square feet came from.
Yes.
I did inquire from the architect. He has not yet returned that information to me either.
And when you get back to them, just, I want to know whether that's uniform throughout the entire, not just the women's area, does that include the men's area as well? Is that how you're calculating your occupancy?
I will certainly ask him that as well.
Great. I just also had another question. In your lesser variance,
yes,
you sort of end at the existing rear wall of the, of the structure. And I'm wondering why you wouldn't, have seen fit to sort of give us a solution that was somewhere between the rear property line and the existing rear walls to give yourself, I think there are more opportunities for you.
Understood.
To, give us something that's maybe a little more realistic.
It's a very simple answer to that. Actually provided that lesser variance scenario in response to a request from the examiner in the notice of comments, and his exact phrasing was to provide a lesser variance development which complies with the rear yard at the first floor.
I
So we
understand
provided
that,
your board
but-
precisely what was requested, which is why that was provided
That's
that way.
fine, Ms. Altman, but we had a hearing on this, and we talked about a lesser variance, and I don't think we said that you had to be at 30 feet. So from the board's perspective, I mean, you may have been responding somewhat late to the examiner's request, but this board made a request.
We had actually previously submitted that lesser variance scenario.
All
and
right,
we
so
had
it didn't.
modified
in
it
that,
in the new.
okay, in that case, it did not really address the concerns of the board. I just want to agree with the other commissioners here about a lesser variance, which doesn't remove this entire space at the rear, but gives some relief. I think my concern is that your minimum variance really didn't do anything, and I think the board members are very concerned about that. I'm looking at your proposal. The proposal itself is awkward because, and I think Commissioner Otley Brown noted it, that you had created this sort of cutout space, or you set it back on a portion of the wall where it's least needed. You could reorient your the office and actually set back. And maybe we should just ask you to look at a scheme where you've set back 10 feet or you set back 15 feet, and we want to see the layout. What it will do is you won't lose the office because you can orient the office in the other direction. It will reduce the space within the women's
sanctuary.
Right, but you've talked about, I think when the commissioners mentioned, you talked about the need for 100 women, and now it's 136.
Actually, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication there.
Okay.
If you look at the papers, it's not that we only need space for 100 women, it's that right now the building can only accommodate 100 women.
Actually, the conversation had to do with how many women you expect in
currently-
High Holy Days. Is that how many women?
It's not
that
how many
can
we expect, it's how many we
currently
currently have at the High Holidays.
It's
If
how
you
many
read it, that's,
currently occur.
I think there was just a
be?
miscommunication there.
How many women, though, would you need to accommodate? You have 200 families.
200 families, ideally, we would love to have at least one seat per family in the women's section, because of course, each family in this community is at least one woman, one man, and a number of children, some of whom are, of course, female. But
I think you're going to,
unfortunately, this building,
accommodate 100 women.
we would like to accommodate 200 women.
200 women?
But realistically, we think that that would be too much of a request, which is why we didn't come to this board with that request in the first place. We said, what is the bare minimum we think we can make work? And we came into your board with 148. And based on the request at the last hearing to get rid of that space behind the rabbi's residence where there was that inner court, which was artificially moving the building back against the rear lot line, we reoriented the office, we removed that court, and unfortunately it had the effect of reducing the women's area to 136 women, which is not ideal for this location.
Can you, the location where the office is, can you seat women in that area?
That's the rabbi's private office.
Leaving aside that for a moment, I'm just talking about in terms of layout.
That, I'd have to ask the architect the
We have
question
seen
that.
some,
I don't know
yes.
how that would work as far as access to hearing the rabbi. That would be a question for the architect.
I just think you have to give us something at the rear. The building goes up, you really should set it back.
I would like to point out to your board that the proposal in the rear yard is actually within an as-of-right envelope. As you know, in this zoning district, you are permitted 1 story, 23 feet in height in the entire rear yard.
Okay,
We are actually proposing 2 stories within that 23 feet. We are not proposing a structure that is larger than is permitted. And if you recall from what we stated earlier, we actually narrowed that rear of the building so it doesn't go the entire width. So it's actually smaller than permitted.
well, can you at least reorient the office so you'll get more length where it's set back?
I can certainly talk to the architect about reorienting the office. I see no reason why he shouldn't be able to do that, and I will speak with him about that.
All right, other comments?
Yes, just talking about that rear wall, you've got fenestration there, and I'm concerned that it's perhaps gives people the opportunity to either see into the synagogue or folks in the synagogue to see out into private rear yards. So can you tell us what that condition is proposed to be?
What I can do is I could speak to the architect and ask him to either make sure that it is something along the lines of a frosted glass window, or if it is something like a stained glass window. I could speak with the architect and see what he's willing to come up with to make it work, because I understand your concern. I agree with you. I am certain the rabbi wholeheartedly agrees that while the men and women are praying, they shouldn't be looking at the neighbors in their backyard.
And just a little clarification on the 23 feet, could you clarify whether or not you're permitted to have actually 2 stories within that?
One
they're
story.
not. That's
No,
why they're
one
asking
story.
for a waiver.
That is the waiver that we're requesting. You are permitted 1 story, 23 feet in height, from lot line to lot
So,
line.
but if you were set back at that second floor level, you wouldn't have that issue?
No, they'd still have.
You'd
then
still gonna have-
If you
Anything in the rear
encroach
30
into the
feet.
30 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is the waiver that we're requesting in that rear yard.
Also, I'm looking at the existing plans, and there does seem to be something in the synagogue which looks like it could be the altar, which is in the middle of the party wall. So maybe you could just answer, and it's not below the viewing area for the women's synagogue in the proposed plans. So
I will give you information on the plan showing you the details,
okay.
which will show you why this should be left the way it is.
All right. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Yes, please come forward. You'll be given 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Peter Trinka. I live at 1778 East 28th Street on the first floor of the adjoining structure. I live with my wife and 2 small children. My grandmother's on the second floor of the house where she's been for over 30 years. This is a quality of life issue, but it's also a safety issue, and it's a disregard to the safety and the well-being of the residents of the block. Really quick, I want to address the C of O issue because I saw that come up. The C of O for 1782 was never a question. It was always there from the 80s. I was aware of that when this went to the board, to the community board in Brooklyn. The fact that the property's been illegally bridged into 1784, it was operating as of then outside of its C of O. And it's been complete in violation of its C of O for a good number of years. And 1784 now is operating as a synagogue, whereas it never had the C of O. Any construction is going to chase us out of our home. I'm not raising 2 kids under a construction project. I have a 6-week-old and a 2-year-old. My grandmother's 86 years old. She deserves to live the rest of her life in peace. There has been a number of construction projects going on in the synagogue that are all illegal. I'm yet to see any posted work permits out front for the illegal access they've put into the basement, for closing up the interior stair that go to the basement, which as a fireman, it disgusts me to find that they actually did that. Now, I was inside the structure, and we had a bad rainstorm almost 2 months ago, where a lot of water was coming from their property, under our basement wall, and into my property. And as a concerned homeowner, my grandmother owns the home, I was up on the roof of the synagogue, clearing their drains, trying to prevent damage to my property, which they were not doing. The property's in a state of disrepair. And this, I feel, my opinion, is that this comes down to a situation where they have so many outstanding violations that they could never get a work permit to do the necessary work to the property. So they're asking for this bulk variance to cover necessary work that needs to be done that they can never get the permission to do. It's ridiculous that we're here entertaining this subject. They have so many open violations, and they claim it's a necessary need, but it's not. It's not. It's crowded on the high holy days, and there is a procession of cars up and down the block, creating traffic conditions and inconvenience to the residents of the block. Parked cars are brought on Friday evenings. They say that they don't drive to their services, but cars are brought on Friday evenings before sundown and left the duration of the weekend. I have a photograph on my phone I wasn't able to print. Saturday morning when I left for work, the streets were lined end to end with cars that were not from the block. This is what happens, and the residents of the block are completely inconvenienced for the whole weekend. The only spot you have is the one in your driveway and maybe in front of it, and that's it. And a lot of them are shared driveways. So we're all inconvenienced. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
The next speaker?
Good afternoon, Ed Jaworski, President, Madison Marine Homecrest Civic Association. I've been coming here for approximately 10 years, and this may be the last time I appear in front of Chair Srinivasan. And while I haven't been happy with decisions, I do want to commend you for the professionalism and courtesy of yourself and the board and the staff. Thank you very much. Good luck for the future. Coming here over these years, you see the modus operandi of people who participate here, the attorneys, like pleading unawareness regularly or finding excuses to not compromise. My particular concern with this situation, as was expressed here, all the outstanding violations and fines. How are they going to pay to correct the violations and the fines if, as in the cover letter, the attorney suggests that they can't afford to make the changes that you've suggested or take care of noise abatement? She says that such changes would take much longer. Illegal work has been going on for almost 30 years. So what does much longer mean? Just this morning on the subway, I noticed something here, and they talk about the rabbi's apartment in one of these buildings here and an office and so forth, and the question of the corner house has never really been addressed. It's listed as 2739 Avenue R, but I believe that the actual address is 2723 Avenue R, and our belief is that that's the rabbi's residence, that corner house. So I'm wondering now, why can't 1782, you've come up with the idea, here's an idea, why can't 1782 be reverted back to a single-family residence, okay? Get rid of that illegal structure in between, flip it over onto the other side of 1784, between the corner house and 1784, and combine the whole thing together, the rabbi's real residence on the corner with the synagogue and so forth. If they're going to spend this kind of money, they could they could either sell or start renting, collecting renting income from 1782, and now you have your sound and the quality of life taken care of by expanding it towards the corner house rather than up the block for the streetscape. I'd just like to conclude by a quote I borrowed from a rabbi who appeared here once several years ago. And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly or not. In addition, I would like to share with you the Jewish Talmudic law regarding something called niski scanim, which refers to damages caused to neighboring buildings. And he goes on here, the last sentence of the quote is, "We do not do something good on someone else's back." And I hope that you will do the same thing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? All right, is the applicant here? All right, then maybe you can respond to the issue of traffic in your next submission to us as well, since it's an existing condition. So if you could just talk to us about what the traffic patterns are currently, and if that's going to change, and if there any way to mitigate that. Okay?
Be glad to.
All right, how much time do you need? Okay, 3 weeks?
Please.
Okay, so July 15th, and we'll continue the hearing on July 29th.
Thank you very much.
Item number 18, calendar number 29413BZ, 220 Lafayette Street, Manhattan. The law offices of Marvin B. Mitzner.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Marvin Mitzner for the applicant. I believe at the executive session there were some questions raised regarding the comps that were used in our financial analysis. Jack Freeman is here, who was able to respond to those. I don't know if there are any other issues that were raised at exec session. I don't believe I
Well, I
heard.
think if the financials change, then it's possible that the minimum variance may work. And if that's not the case, there may be a scale of a project which is less than what you've proposed right now, and in between what you've shown us as the minimum variance, which is just the conversion of the building to a smaller enlargement.
Well, I'll have Jack address the financials, and then we'll
That
discuss that.
seems fine. Okay. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
My name is Jack Freeman. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Someone from my office was at the review session yesterday, and I think we listened carefully to the comments, primarily by Commissioner Otley-Brown. And it seemed to me the standing concern related to consideration of this as a hybrid, not quite a condominium, not quite a townhouse. In doing our comparables, we felt that by using higher-end condominium comparables, by picking condominiums that had similar kinds of open space as part of the condominium unit, that the higher end did in fact reflect the not condominium, not townhouse aspect by using the high end. And we do still feel that that's the case. If you look at the actual individual comps, there was only one comp as a condominium that was at $1,900, but we understand Commissioner Otley-Brown's concern. So we will take a look at it and see whether or not we can accommodate let's say, a markup as a result of the fact that this building has a uniqueness factor to it, that it's going to be occupied by one resident, and that's very different than a condominium. On the other hand, the townhouse would have open space amenities that this doesn't have. It wouldn't be over a store, and it would be unlikely to have the characteristics of a walk-up many flights. So this is not quite the same as a townhouse
Right,
in terms of luxury.
and I can understand if on a lesser variance scenario, you would use the condominium sales that you have already. However, I feel adding that extra floor and penthouse actually does put a premium on the sales price and leans it more in the direction of townhouse. So I would want to see those sales revised upwards.
We'll take a look at that. I think we understood the question you asked, so we'll do that. And we'll see what difference it makes in terms of the questions that were asked by the chair, in terms of whether or not there is the possibility for a lesser variance. I'm 100% certain that the earlier one that we looked at, which was just basically the existing building converted, regardless of where you push those values up, is not going to be as valuable. So
Okay.
we'll take a look and see whether or not it affects the viability of the lesser. And then I just wanted to say, as others have said today, it's your last hearing. And we've worked here before you for 10 years. You and your commission have really established a standards-based, no pun intended, approach to considering variances. And I found that professionally rewarding for me to practice before the BSA. And then as a former Landmarks Commissioner, it's a different kind of agency. I think they'll be well served by your chairmanship, and I hope you'll enjoy your new position there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Mitzner?
As Jack said, if that's the only remaining issue, then we will certainly take a look at that. And if the numbers warrant it, we will look at reducing our proposal and come back to you with some comparables that I believe you would be more inclined to accept.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? All right. How much time do you need?
3 weeks.
3
yeah.
weeks? Okay, so July 15th, and we'll continue the hearing on the 29th.
Okay. And I'd also like to express and echo some of the comments made by other practitioners. I've worked with you for a long time, and it's been an absolute pleasure because your approach to variances and special permits, and in my case, a lot of appeals, is reasoned and pragmatic. We've had some very unique and interesting issues that involved some first-time interpretations of the zoning resolution, and I thought the dialogue was enlightening and very beneficial. I look forward to seeing you across the street in a few months.
Thank you, Marvin. Yes. Oh, did I give you the dates? I did. Right?
Yes, okay, thank you.
Shall we take, we'll take a 3-minute break. I think the last couple of weeks have really been sort of transitioning there from here. So, you know, it's very different. Completely, it's like black and white.
New cases, we're back on the calendar. New cases, item number 19, 28-12BZ, 3-15, 37th Avenue, Queens.
Hello, Eric Palatnik.
We had a few questions.
Yes.
You want to go ahead?
I'm
or- Yes.
familiar with the questions. One of the questions, I believe, was who's utilizing the basement level for the parking or the cellar level for the parking. It's utilized by the companies that are there. It's not for outside people. And usually their trucks are parked down there. Usually there's 4 service trucks that they park down there.
Oh, okay, but visitors' parking is not being provided on site?
The visitors are welcome to go upstairs.
Okay,
There's
all right.
ample on-street parking, more than enough. There's tons of on-street parking, and the upstairs is really used by the offices that are there. It's about 7 or 8 cars that routinely park up there.
So the offices more function as like back office?
Yeah, for a
kind of
contractor's establishment, correct.
And they don't really get many customers?
There's not very many visitors there. No, it's a waterproofing company and things of that like, so it's not much. Some professional offices, but it's not a visiting type of facility necessarily. But there is a lot of on-street.
All right, Commissioner Montanez?
Yes, I thought that you could improve upon, well, I guess we'll tell you what the language is going to be for the C of O, but I thought, you know, there's other, like there's a parking requirement category A. You just limited to, if you changed it to B, then you would go back for a revised, we would, you know, provide additional parking, but I don't think that language is really adequate.
Right, you can work with our council on the appropriate language for the C of O.
Okay.
And then you, on the plans, I believe you have bumpers and striping on the roof,
Yes.
but I don't think it's been installed.
There are bumpers, there's no striping.
Oh, I didn't
On
see
some of the
bumpers.
pictures I looked at, after I heard the comment, I went back into the file and looked at some of the, you could see them. I'll pass up some pictures to show you if I, all right, I just have one copy of the picture, but you have them in the files. I circled the areas that are visible where you can see the bumpers are there. You're right, though, there is no striping. And it's primarily just because it's not really utilized tremendously by a lot of different people, as you could see.
Well, I was mostly concerned about the bumpers because it's a safety issue.
Yeah, no, it is. They do have the bumpers, and you can see in the pictures that they have, I have more pictures showing that they have plenty of the bollards to protect cars from hitting mechanical equipment and
Okay,
things of the like.
all right, fine.
All right, are there any other questions? Any speakers on this item? Any speakers? No speakers? Any concerns for closing the hearing? Okay, we can close the hearing.
Chair,
Yes.
Olliott?
Yes.
Chair Srinivasan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
We'll decide this case on July 29th.
Thank you.
Item number 20, 243-12BZ, 236 Richmond Valley Road, Staten Island. Edsco Company.
Good afternoon, Hiram Rothberg. I'd also like to begin by thanking the chair for all her years of patience and consideration with me. I'd also like to thank the chair for keeping a lot of the practitioners very busy over the years, which in turn kept me busy in many instances, which in turn helped me send my 9-year-old to sleepaway camp this summer. So possibly I'll ask him to send a postcard to you. In any event, thank you. And we attended executive session yesterday. A couple of the items that came up, the Intox Fitness went into operation August 2010. There are some stop work orders that were issued, but they were issued to other activities that were going on within the site, having nothing to do with the physical culture establishment. We're in a building with several other uses, and there were construction in some of the other facilities that were taking place that were issued a stop work order. Again, having nothing to do with our facility at all. We've been in continuous operation since August 2010. With regard to the signage, we have one sign. It's 90 square feet in total, which is clearly shown on the photographs. I think there was a comment possibly from Commissioner Montanez about showing the actual sign on the plans as well, which we'll take care of.
Okay.
Great. Are there any other questions? Any speakers on this item? No speakers, we can close the hearing.
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner LeBrown.
Aye.
If you can revise your drawing and give that to us on July 15th, we can vote this out on July 29th.
That's great. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Item number 21, 188-13BZ and 189-13A, 20 Dia Court. Rothberg.
Good afternoon. Todd Dale for the applicant. Since this is our last item of the day, I'll also echo the earlier comments and offer our congratulations and thanks, both from myself and our office. And simply say, you leave the board a better place.
Thank you.
With respect to this application, just to start, I know one of the concerns that came up was regard the findings of the particular special permit. Just to clarify, we agree that we need to expand upon that. This application was filed actually months before the most recent one on 126, but because of the GCL component was delayed, we'll amend, we'll address the findings particular.
Right, and you understand the kind of information that we need.
Understood, yes. Many of the things that.
And maybe
were
work with
requested.
the architect to actually make the building more compatible.
Sure. To that, as far as the building, we'll look at the design of the building, the roofs, the parking arrangement, and all of that. So we'll expand that, but also the specific legal findings. With respect to a question that came up, I know there was a question about the zoning lot, I believe. The zoning lot is just lots 100 and 102. The building would only be on the vacant portion, which is tax lot 100. We've actually reached out to the architect already and asked them to look at any ramifications as far as the zoning, specifically with the parking calculation. I know there was a question that came up about the parking calculation. He believes it will comply, but we'll address that issue because there is the previous building that's on lot 102.
Does that, it also raises the question about your square footage. Can you exceed, I don't think you can overall in your zoning lot exceed 10,000 square feet.
For the community.
For the community facility, even though there may be separate operations, can you take a look at that as well?
Okay, definitely.
Also, along the lines of the parking for the other building, I did visit the site, and the proposed plans, you show the other zoning lot as having 2 residential parking locations, but there's no curb cut in front of those parking spaces. And in fact, I don't think that side of the building is used for parking. There's a dumpster there. I think there's a shared driveway with the building to the right, and there's parking in the rear. So, your plans should show the true existing conditions.
Okay, we'll take a look at the curb cut. I think the curb cut may have been on the original plans, and maybe it's changed, but we'll take a look at the curb cut for Lot 102.
Right, and the waiver for the original building is, I believe, no longer valid for the community facility.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that. And also along those lines, I know there's a question raised about the 3790 and the lower density. We'll look at that. And the architect has already started working on that to expand. I just want to clarify, I think there was also a question about Dia Court. Currently, the width that's shown on the survey, the opening is 34 feet as paved. It only extends right now to the south border of our lot. The proposal would extend Dia Court for the extent of Lot 100. Currently, that Dia Court is really only used for the parking for the building that's on the corner of Mason and Alter. There's a parking lot that's there. And even though Lot 102 has, or excuse me, Lot 101, which is not part of the application, has the curb cut on Mason Avenue, they've actually used it to get, as an alternate means to get to the parking lot in the back. But Dia Court really is only paid for a small portion, and there's no access to any of the residential buildings. It's really the only one parking lot on the side, but we can expand and clarify that in the plans as well.
Are there any parking signs along Dia Court, or it's just?
I don't think there's any
an
parking signs
open street?
currently right now. I don't know what the history is as far as its opening with respect to the lot on the corner in Lot 101. I do know that the fire department, when the GCL portion of this application was submitted, one of the conditions they came back with, which we were going to reflect on the next set of plans, was that no parking signs be installed on Dia Court. I think they may not have been installed originally because it's less than 100 feet, which wouldn't trigger the regulation. But we're going to put the no parking sign note on our plan per the fire department request. And I think they also had one other request regarding the sprinkler of the building. We're going to have the building sprinklered, and then the hydrant, we're going to show the hydrant. So we'll satisfy the fire department requests with respect to that portion of the plan.
And you'll also talk about, because I think this is sort of my question, you'll talk about sort of the traffic pattern going into Dia Court and how cars either drop people off at the facility, or do you have ambulettes? How is that going to work? Because 30 feet is not a very wide space to kind of maneuver a lot of cars. And can you talk a little bit about how the additional cars and additional ambulances or whatever that might be going there affect the intersection, and whether or not any consideration has to be given to, maybe the street gets a little wider, I don't know, but if there are going to be any traffic sort of implications with a facility of this size?
We'll clarify the traffic pattern. I think that we can come up with like a street circulation plan. With regard to the intersection, don't believe there'll be any effect. We'll show it, though. Mason is a very wide street, and I've been there multiple times, and there's not a lot of traffic going on in that corner. But we'll put that, we'll get a circulation plan and make a note of it.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Any speakers on this item? Are there any speakers? All right, we can continue the hearing. Shall we bring you back in August?
Yeah, I was going to say, if we could submit, just to be safe with the plan changes and the other information, I think we're also like 4 weeks to submit. I think
Why
that's-
don't you submit on July 29th, and we can continue the hearing on August 12th?
August 12th. Thank you.
Should I call the next item, or you need a second?
We'll call this at the end. We'll do some of the smaller items first.
Okay. Item number 23, 31113BZ, 325 Avenue Y, Brooklyn. We're going to second call a little later to get rid of the little.
We'll take care of these two items, this and the next one, which are very short, won't take any time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. In response to
Yes.
the question raised yesterday, I talked with the owner of the property, and this is a question regarding parking for the uses on the second floor. And I spoke to the owner of the property yesterday, and he tells me that he and his attorney are seeking to have a school located on that. And I believe there's been some conversations on special permit under 7319 for a school in an M zone within 400 feet of a residential zone, so that they would be coming in with a community facility use or a school use, which would not have a parking requirement.
All right, but that's a discretionary action. So
Right now, it is vacant,
right now it's vacant.
Right
Okay,
now
so
it
they're
is
not going to
vacant.
use it.
and it's not going to be used unless it satisfies the parking requirement in some manner, according to him, either going through a legal process, such as a special permit under 7319, or approval by the building department for some use that doesn't have a parking requirement.
The plans that were filed with the DOB do show a commercial use on the first floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because there's no C of O, not even a temporary C of O out of
Correct.
this building, and it's occupied, you're using it.
Correct. They've been at the building department on continuously. The building department has been meeting with them. From what I understand, there's been numerous inspections at the site. They've been trying to get the C of Os, and one of the issues that they tell me that is holding it up is the fact that they don't have a special permit in place yet for the PCE.
All right, but I'm just curious, so the parking that's on site, does it satisfy the parking requirements?
It satisfies the parking requirements for the PCE.
Right, but is it because a PCE is being proposed that the parking requirements increased? Otherwise, if this building was not occupied at all, shouldn't the parking requirements essentially fulfill both spaces? Meaning the space that the PCE is occupying as well as the second floor?
Yes.
And it does? I mean, just basically as per the plans that were filed at the Buildings Department, which doesn't have any discretionary actions associated with it. So then when you put the PCE, the parking requirement increased?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All right, as long as Buildings Department looks at this, right?
And when did the PCE begin operation?
October 2013.
Okay, any other questions? No. Any speakers on this item? Are there no speakers? Should we close the hearing? Okay, we'll close it. And we'll set a decision for July 29th.
Thank you, and best wishes.
Oh, thank you.
Chair Srinivasan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
That's July 29th, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Item number 24, 317-13BZ, 1146 East 27th Street, Brooklyn.
Good afternoon. Lyra J. Altman from the Law Office of Lyra J. Altman. We did attend your executive session yesterday and heard your comments. Regarding the greenhouse, it is included in the floor area of the building. I understand that you would like to have the edge condition shown. Would
I
you
just
just like
wanna
the
make
exterior
sure-
wall shown?
Well, I just want to, yes, exactly, an exterior wall, so it doesn't seem like the seamless. Otherwise, it seems that the space is actually encroaching into an area that the board doesn't have the ability to grant. So as long as the greenhouse meets all the requirements of the buildings department, it's fine, but can you just show us the end condition?
Be glad to. I assume with the doorway through it is
Yes,
acceptable to
exactly,
your board.
that'd be great.
Okay.
I think there was another comment?
There's a question regarding the
Yes, I
height.
had a comment about the building height, if there was, so in the streetscape, it's at least like 3 feet taller than any other building.
Actually, the adjacent property is 36 feet. We are 37 feet, 11 3/4 inches.
I thought
So we
your
are,
building height was 39.
nope, 37, 11 3/4.
Okay. If that's the case, then I misspoke, but 37, oh, okay, 38 feet, okay. That's not as drastic. Okay.
That's acceptable, so the other one, and the adjacent building is 37?
36 is the adjacent property.
36, so it's 2 feet higher. Any other concerns? Any speakers on this item? All right, if there are no speakers, I think we can close the hearing. If you can submit on July 15th, we can vote this out on July 29th. So it's just the revised drawing.
We'll submit just one page, the first floor plan showing that wall.
Or maybe just give us the whole set.
Full set? we can do
It's
that.
just-
We'll be glad to.
Administratively, it's easier for us. Digitally, it's all one file, otherwise we have to break up. the files.
Absolutely, no explanation necessary. If your board would like a full set, I'll be glad to provide a full set.
Chair Srinivasan.
Motion to close.
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
And I would just like to say, like everybody else today, congratulations. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Then we calling Farmers Boulevard now? Okay. Item number 22, 26513BZ, 118-2747 Farmers Boulevard, Queens. The office of Eric Palatnik. Hey, Eric.
Stephen Hurst.
Good afternoon. I was expecting Moishe Friedman's case to be called next. I apologize.
I think there's speakers for that case as well, so.
Okay. We want to thank you very much for taking the time today to hear this application. We realize it comes with some controversy, and we know there are people here to speak against the application. We'd like to make as thorough a presentation as we can now, and we'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have. The application, as we know the board is familiar with, is made by the Presbyterian Church of St. Albans, Dr. Reverend Edward Davis, who's right here in the second row, who's got many years of experience in this area of Queens. Their congregation is located just around the corner, and they've been blessed with this great opportunity to own the piece of land that is in front of the board right now, or a portion of the piece of land which is in front of the board right now, I should say, which is 11827 Farmers Boulevard, and that's lot 63. That piece has been owned by the church for the past 15 to 16 years with the hopes that they were going to create something that was going to meet the needs of their church and of the community. It's difficult for a church or for any religious-based organization to build anything in New York City because, as the board is aware from the numerous financial documents you review through the years, most lending institutions won't lend to anybody with without any sense of credibility. So what the church has done is teamed up with the organization. Their official name is Trinity Development Association, and John Saraceno and Darrell Hawes are both here. They're principals within it, and they're here to speak to the board. They've teamed up with the church to create an organization called Hadrian New York LLC and the St. Albans Cycle of Life. Together they form SACL Farmers LLC.
Is that a nonprofit organization?
That is not a not-for-profit organization. It's an LLC. It's comprised of the church, which is the not-for-profit component of it, and it's comprised of Hadrian New York LLC. The church is submitting into the application, their quote-unquote piece of the application is the land itself that they own at 118-27 Farmers Boulevard, and they're purchasing the second piece, which is next door, which is lot 58, which is 11847. They're purchasing in a partnership with Hadrian New York LLC. So together, the church will own a lot more than half of the property. They'll own half of the second lot that they're purchasing, and they own lot 63 in its entirety. It's not uncommon for churches to team up with private developers such as this, and Hadrian LLC is a private developer. And we will submit up to your board, and I know you're familiar with it, an application that was approved by your board on behalf of Calvary Baptist Church down the block. And Calvary Baptist Church was approved under the same exact paradigm. They had teamed up there with an organization named DNF Development Corporation. And DNF Development Corporation did the exact same role that Hadrian does here, which is acts as the conduit by which they make the applications to all of the agencies for the funding sources. They act as a guarantor on the loans that are made, and they act as an administrator throughout the process. Essentially, they act as an agent, so to speak. The arrangement calls for them to operate in that arrangement for 7 years, where Hadrian will manage the property for 7 years. At the end of that 7-year period, the church will take over management of the property. So it creates a stepping period whereby the church can get familiar with the property and gain some understanding as to how to manage it, and then it gets handed off to them. At the end of a 15-year period, which is a tax compliance period, the church then has the opportunity to purchase the entire property outright, and under a deal that I'll let the principals here speak to and explain to you in greater detail so you can have more knowledge of it. The funding sources for the project come more than 80%, just like in Calvary Baptist Church, more than 80% of it is coming from state and city funding sources. Only 20% of the funding is coming from a bank, quote unquote, and about $1.5 million is coming from the church. So the funding sources, again, are mostly state and city, as well as some money from the church, and there's approximately $2 million or so, which is $2.6 million, I believe, which is coming from what a quote unquote conventional loan. So the project is being built with public money, a lot of public money.
The board's
Yes.
concern about this, just to focus you, and maybe you can just brief us in your papers, as opposed to speaking about it right now, is that when we look at this application and we have to make the B finding, sorry about that. So if you look at the findings, when it comes to B finding, the B finding is exempt for nonprofits. This is just somewhat of a different situation. I think Calgary Baptist Church, they own the property outright, and they came as an applicant to the board. The issue of how they structured the financing and who developed it was not in the mix or was not presented to us. So that may be the case. I think in this particular case, it's just somewhat different because a portion of the property is owned by, or
Right.
will be owned by Trinity.
Correct.
Right, and.
Or
portion of it
the
is-
organization, SACL, the organization
Okay,
that they set up.
SACL, which is a for-profit, and then part of it is owned by the church today, correct?
Correct.
So I think if you can just give us perhaps a sort of a legal defense as to why you believe that the structure or this arrangement of partners allows the board to exempt itself from the B finding.
We'll be happy to provide that.
So instead of explaining to us, well, this is how different people have done it and the board has approved it, each situation is somewhat different. So if you can just provide us that.
We'll provide that to you. And also, of course, the board is familiar with the fact that we have provided to you already in that vein modified financials to an extent to show you the shape of the property, the difficulties that it does bring upon the property. It's a six-sided property that's irregularly shaped, and we've shown you through our submission that you can develop on that property. It's approximately 44,000 square feet. If it was rectangular, you could develop 16 two-family homes. Then we submitted to the report the information to show the board that due to its shape, you can only build 11 two-family homes. And attached to that was a letter from Trinity, which outlined the costs associated with the development and what the marketplace. So we tried to give you a modified financial. If it would be acceptable with the board, what I'd like to do is submit to you both the legal definition as well as perhaps we'll give you some more information on that and give you that in more of a formal submission instead of just a letter.
Okay, yes.
Right, and it is that modified report that was submitted by Trinity that also raises a question, because in that report, you make a statement, Trinity makes a statement about the amount of profit that it would expect to realize from each home.
Right, the $50,000 I think was the number.
Yes, and if they could explain that in the context of this not-for-profit development, because it really muddies the waters if you talk about a profit being reaped from some portion of the development, because then we're not sure if granting extra FAR is being driven by the profit that the for-profit entity expects to get.
Versus the programmatic needs of
No,
the institution and the funding sources.
I understand your question. I think the issue is going to be that the scenario, the as-of-right scenario is not a not-for-profit scenario. The 16 two-family homes that would be as-of-right versus the 11 two-family homes that the property could fit, neither one of those paradigms would be supportive of an affordable housing scenario. So I guess my question back to the board is, how would you like us? My argument to the board was essentially that the for-profit world would never be able, can't do a development on this property for those reasons due to the shape. So it's left, that's why it's remained vacant for all these years and undeveloped. It's particularly the one piece. There was a private developer on the piece that they're purchasing right now that wasn't able to make a go of it, probably due to the shape and the things that we've just outlined. So the question becomes, how do we were making the argument to the board that a private developer can't make good with the piece, therefore the not-for-profit can. I guess the question is, how do we bring it to the next step of your board to compare the two?
Well, that to me is the missing link in the narrative, is that because it was unsure as to why you provided that information. So if you're providing that information to make a statement that therefore it would not be viable for a for-profit entity.
Yes, that was our assertion.
Because they're figuring in a profit.
Yes, that was our assertion.
They did not want to work on this project, therefore it is now affordable housing, and no one is expecting to generate a profit.
That is exactly the argument that we're
Then
supporting.
you can connect the dots.
Okay, I will do that for the board.
Okay, maybe you can think about whether that should be presented as a part of your B finding if you have to make it. So why don't you take a look at that as well?
We shall.
All right, I know that there was some concerns about the project itself, and I'd like to speak to that. I know Commissioner Montanez had identified a few
What is the proposed occupancy of the building? Number of residents?
60, the number of total residents. I don't know have that exact number for you of the total number of residents. We've broken it down by the number of one-bedrooms and two-bedrooms. There'll be approximately 29 one-bedroom units, and there will be, excuse me,
33 and 34.
excuse me, 33 and 34, I'm misreading my math here. There'll be approximately 33 one-bedrooms and 34 two-bedrooms. I haven't broken that down into the exact number of occupants that will occupy the building. We could give you a guesstimate of that as the hearing goes on. I'll go back and we'll do some numbers between us. What was your other question?
Well, regarding the layout of the building, in terms of programmatic needs, what is the reason for the two-story large multipurpose room?
Well, the way that the arrangement and the way the proposal is being provided to the board is showing the two-story community facility space, which is at the base of the cellar level. That's the space that's going to be occupied by St. Albans Presbyterian Church. They will be occupying that space and using it as a community center, as outlined in the statement, which is going to have many programs related to the church functions. Well, not the church functions, but operated by the church, which would include sports activities, children's activities, counseling, weight loss programs, all sorts of different social services that the church provides to the community at large, not just to members of their congregation. And that's going to be occurring at the cellar level. The upper floors are going to be where the residences, of course, are going to be located, with a lobby space for the church.
So the church doesn't have that type of space in their current facility at all?
No, they don't have that space. And the Reverend is here today. He'll be happy to speak to you, to give you more information about what he's done for the past few decades along these lines, which is this is really an extension. He spent his life helping get children off of the street. And that's the purpose of this facility, at least for the community facility space that the church is going to be occupying, is to be an extension of that.
Because in your papers you talked about, it sounded like a lot of tutoring, mentoring.
Yes.
You know, something that didn't really need something with an occupancy of 400 people at 15 square feet per person.
Well,
and you also have two other spaces also.
Yes, we have much smaller space. There's quite a few different things that are part of the program, and we could accentuate upon it. Sports is a big part of it. There'll be a full-size basketball court. A full-size basketball court. So that's a big part of it. That's also driving a lot of the need for the space. But the idea is, again, to create a full-service, I don't want to call it a recreational center because it's not just about basketball. The basketball is just a means of getting the kids in off of the street and giving them something to do. And then once they're there, the Reverend's idea is he's got them as a captive audience at that point. And at that point, he could implement his social programs that he has and that he's worked very hard on. So that's the idea for the space, and that's what's generating the size of the space. The smaller room would be used if there's basketball games going on. They could use the smaller space and have some of their other social programs. And that's the idea of it. The upper floors, the building itself, we've tried to design the building to complement the community. And Ian Rasmussen of Urban Cartographics is here, as well as Magnus Magnuson, who's our project architect, and he can come up and present some of his boards and some of their presentation materials. Why don't you gentlemen put those up right now as we're talking so the board can take a look at them, as a matter of fact. I'm sure the board has studied everything and looked at everything closely, though, and the idea that Magnus has used when generating the plans is to use the R3 underlying zoning district as the base height of the building for the pedestal, so to speak. So the three-story portion of the building will rise to the height of 35 feet, which is what the complying height is within the underlying zoning district. After that, the fourth and the fifth floor, which is really what's driving the variance before your board, that's been designed so that the fourth floor sets back okay, at an okay distance, probably about 15 feet on each wing on the Farmers Boulevard side, and I'll point to that as the plans start to come up. And the 5th floor sets back even further. So what they've tried to do is they've tried to mass the building in a somewhat pyramid type of way so that the tallest portion of it rests within the center of the site. The site is a large site. If I could, here we go, this will do perfect actually, that's great. And I'll let Magnus go through this more, but this is just what I was talking about a few moments ago. This is the tannish extensions in the front are the 3-story portions. The front complies with the front yard requirements along Farmers. You're providing 10 feet along the front here, and then it extends further as you go along the property, obviously at its steepest point in the courtyard. But this portion, which is really what's driving the variance, this is the 5th floor, obviously with a tremendous amount of setback space. And this is the 4th floor that also has a lot of setback space. Again, the idea being that trying to least impact neighbors around us by putting the most of the bulk into the center of the property, away from the surrounding uses as much as we can. And Magnus will speak to that a little bit more. The total height of the building, I know the board knows, is 55 feet. It's required by the underlying zoning district to be 35 feet. And that's probably one of that and the parking, I think, are two of the most discussed issues that we've had with the community along the way. And on the note of the parking, I know that came up yesterday at the review session also. We are proposing to have 23 parking spaces, and I think the question came up from Commissioner Otley Brown about the fact that are we already taking advantage of section Montanez, I apologize. Are we taking advantage of the section 25 of the zoning that already gives a reduction to just 50% of the parking for affordable housing? And we are. That's what the 34 number is, the required parking under that provision.
Well, I mean, you didn't give us any rationale about why you don't need the 34 or the 32.
We're going to be speaking to that more. The nutshell of it, of why we don't need the space, is from the experience of the developers through the years, that in development such as this, is there is not a tremendous amount of car ownership. There is car ownership, and people do own cars, but not everybody owns cars. And Mr. Hiram Rothkrug is here, and he's done an on-street parking analysis that's documented that whoever does own cars, there's more than enough on-street parking in order to accommodate it. The problem with providing more parking, of course, is when you're in the affordable housing paradigm, every square foot counts. So the space that gets taken for parking, of course, is space that comes away from the development. And then you lose out on the equations that are being utilized from the funding sources that require, of course, as your board is very well aware of, they score all relevant portions of the application in order to get funding.
Well,
So
my concerns were that the zoning resolution already accounts for a reduction in parking for affordable housing, and I didn't get the idea that this is really well served by public transportation, this area.
yeah, there is, and Mr. Ian Rasmussen will speak to that. There's a lot of, you're not allowed to speak out, but thank you.
So you
Thank you
can
for trying to
show
help
us
me,
that.
but you're not allowed to
But
speak
I
out.
do want to just comment on the issue with affordable housing and parking. I think we've seen many cases before the board where sometimes the economics of affordable housing and low-income housing and different and special needs housing does require the waiver of parking. And so most of the affordable housing cases that we've seen, Commissioner Montanez, have included a parking waiver. And in certain cases, including, I think, maybe not Calgary Baptist Church, but other cases, I know there have been even cases where they've been parking provided. So here you're providing 22
We are
spaces.
trying to provide, I know it's a concern, you'll probably hear from some of the neighbors. I know that they've been speaking about it at the community board.
I think what would be helpful if in your analysis, if you can just actually explain to us how many parking spaces you think this development will generate, and then you can explain how many could easily be taken care of on-site, and if there's a surplus, how that will be accommodated off-site.
We'll be happy to address that. I'd be happy to answer. I don't know if there were any other specific questions from the board that you'd like us to answer.
Yeah, I just had a question about the screening in the parking lot, because it seems as if you had parts of the parking lot, the outer border, that didn't have any screening, and I had concern if it was adjacent to residences, and was wondering if there was, the absence of the screening is due to the required lanes between the parking aisles?
No, it's simply because the architect did not include it, and we could amend that to provide more screening.
That would be great.
I had a question about the street wall, about why the street wall didn't contain the recessed portion in that court. Because I
Not su-
thought that the entire front of a building is part of the street wall calculation.
Why don't I have Magnus, would you like to speak to that? As I said, Magnus Magnuson is the architect, and I'll let him address that.
State your name for the record.
Yes, Magnus Magnuson, architect. Our drawings, this drawing right here shows the Farmers Boulevard streetscape and elevation of our building, which has two sections that come out to the street, similar to the way the adjacent homes come out to the street. And then the bulk of our building is set back. There's a 4-story portion and a small 5-story portion, which are set back approximately 75 feet from the street. And it's shown on both of these. This is the back, where there would also be homes in front, because the bulk of the building is in the middle and not on the street. This sketch shows the existing building next to our site, which is 2 stories and a small attic space. And we're proposing our building to be 3 stories on the street, set back 10 feet, which is required, similar to the other homes adjacent. And there will be a large courtyard that would lead to the front door, which is would be landscaped with trees, and which you can see here. Here's the courtyard, and here are the 3-story extensions of our wings of our building, which come out to the street.
Well, my question had to do with, in the calculation of the width of your street wall, you didn't include the portion in the U at the back of the.
Oh, I see the question, yes.
And if you did, then your side yards would be larger.
Well, we did it according to how it's traditionally done, which is 50 feet. There's a 50 foot.
From the straight line.
Yeah, there's a 50 foot, we drew a 50-foot line from the street. And anything beyond that 50 feet was not included. So that was the way it's done.
Okay, so in my way of looking at it, if you had somewhat decreased the depth of your U portion and maybe rearrange some of the units, you could provide a little bit more front yard and perhaps a little bit more side yards and reduce the impact on the adjoining buildings. That's the way I'm looking at it. I'm not sure if your front yard is the same as your 2 adjoining front yards.
Yeah, there's a zoning requirement to have a 10-foot front yard.
For a community facility, well, that's if you have a community facility and residence. If it's only community facility, I believe it's 15.
Right, so our
That's your-
building would
community
require
facility
10
and
feet.
residence.
Right.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that although the corners of our building touch the 10-foot line, most of our building is set back well beyond the 10-foot line. But we do not encroach into the 10-foot required front yard.
All right, but just to clarify, you meet the yard requirements?
Yes.
Okay, so they meet the yard requirements, Commissioner Montanez. Okay. All right, any other questions for the team? Okay.
Thank you.
If we need to, we can come back to Ian's analysis, but why don't we take testimony from members of the public? People are here to speak on this item?
I want to thank the commissioners for allowing us to be here today. We're very grateful. It's been a long time. Some of the anxiety, we pray, will be worn off today. We're deeply concerned that this project will be a win-win for the entire community. We are a church. We want the best for everyone involved. Just a little basic, brief history. The Presbyterian Church of St. Albans is 108 years of age. It's always been engaged in looking at the community from its inception, when it was just grasslands and trees. The early inhabitants from St. Albans in England came, and they were engaged in one major concern for their children. They wanted to develop an area that their children would have a wholesome, healthy, and beneficial life. And that particular spirit has come down for 108 years to us at St. Albans at this time. The question was asked about our church and having the available facilities. About 12 years ago, we expanded the church by about 10 to 12,000 square feet because it became too small in all the various activities we have. And I'm very grateful that we have Pastor Weldon Smith, a retired engineer, who worked diligently to help us expand that particular portion of the church. At this point, we're running over again. Friday nights, during the week, the church is extremely busy at all times. So we're grateful for the opportunity of having this extension, that we will be able to minister to young people in the community. As the forefathers of the Presbyterian Church move forward, we want to keep that particular spirit alive. We're grateful to Almighty God for the extension. We do pray. We have at this moment a variety of activities. The St. Albans Little League was founded at the Presbyterian Church of St. Albans. Currently, there are about 150, 200 young men and women who are part of our Little League program. We have a theater group, the Theater of the Living Word, which has done magnificent programs at York College. We've had several productions. We had over 3,000 people come, and our church and the facility was just too small to do various theater productions. We do theater for adults and for children. It's a marching band affiliated with our church. I put in the idea of one of our members some years ago about that. He had a facility of teaching children to play the instruments of drums at Rochdale. I said, why don't we do a marching band? And now the elite marching band is affiliated with our church, and this band helps to serve the community in many, many ways. The director of the band now is about 12 to 10 different churches throughout the community. I'll be brief, thank you. We have a tutoring program, the St. Albans Multi-Purpose Program, which has been in existence for over 20 years. And that will be the unit that will take over the educational, recreational, and the fun part that will extend from the church to the new facility. We have a summer day camp program which will reach out to a variety of children. Now, why the gym or facility that will require a gym? When I first moved to St. Albans 38 years ago, I'm the senior pastor. I've been at the church for 38 years. And come to the area, I came from Bedford-Stuyvesant. I happened to have been the executive director of the Salvation Army Bedford Boys Club. And in that area, we were able to really salvage young men in the area of sports. When I came to Queens, we don't have that locally. Now, there are other programs which are not far away, but sometimes young people don't want to move. I'm going to just be very brief. We are a thriving, moving, active, dynamic church that's concerned for the welfare of not only children. That's why it's called the cycle of life. What we see, and I saw in Africa when I took my sons to Egypt at the age of 12 and 14, there I saw the entire community in a cycle. There was the dawn of life, the day of life, and the dusk of life. We want to see the dawn of life with children engaged in activities of growing up healthy and strong. The day of life, as they move from the age of 12 to 15 to 20 and so on, that they will be able to look and know that there's a community that's helping them. On Sunday past, we graduated 3 students with doctors, medical doctors from our church.
I know, it's just that we have
I'm
many
sorry,
speakers
yes.
on this.
Well, let me just be finished then.
Okay, thank you.
We're an active community church concerned for the welfare of people. We love people. Our mission is to do good. And I'll sit and have others come to share. But I pray that this project will be able to go through, that we can just continue to help people as we've done for 108 illustrious years. Thank you.
Thank you. The speakers on this item? Yes. Going to give each person 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. Just that there are a lot of people here today.
My name is Weldon Smith. I'm the assistant pastor of the Presbyterian Church in St. Albans. I joined this church in 1980, and I became the assistant pastor in 1998. One of the visions for this facility, for this complex, came about some like 15 years ago. At that point, we had an old house on this structure, and that house burned down, and it was concerned about what to do with this land. They can't leave it that way. It was attracting vagrants. It was attracting trash. We had an ongoing program to keep it clean, which we're still trying to manage that. But one of the things we had to do as we looked around the community was to see that there was not enough facilities for young married people. When they got married or when they came out of school, they had to go somewhere else to live. So this facility, this complex, captures some of that, so that there will be at least a modicum of some apartments for the young people that they can get out of school, get a job, and start a life in their own community. In addition to that, it was opened up to, well, there should be some apartments there to allow for the people who are working day by day and not earning $1 million a year. That these low-income workers, but going to work every day, coming home every day, would also be able to participate. So we put that into this complex. So the complex is not a last-minute thought, but it is a thought that happened over the years, and it is not a building that's going to be constructed to be an eyesore. It's going to be a state-of-the-art complex, including the green facilities, because it will be recyclable in this building. So we ask you to just consider the fact that it's going to be an asset to the community, and it's not going to degrade the community in any way, and it's going to open up an opportunity for those people right now who are living in rooms that have no windows. So that's the end of my statement.
Thank you. The next speaker? You'll be given 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Reverend James Barnwell. I'm the pastor of the Mount Olivet Baptist Church. I have the pleasure of being elected as the president of the Clergy United for Community Improvement. I'm president-elect. I've been in ministry for over 30 years. I pastor the Mount Olivet Church for the last 15 years, and I pastored in the city, Manhattan, for 11 years. I've been preaching over 30 years. One of the main concerns about our community is affordable housing. There's a lack of affordable housing, especially in communities of color. We realize that there are some challenges with the project, and some don't agree with it. But it's almost like the do-nothing Congress. They don't want to go forth with the project, try to kill it, but yet they don't have anything else that would be feasible. Dr. Davis has a history of being a developer in our community. Pathmark on Springfield Boulevard was spearheaded by him and 3 other ministers, and at the end of the project, he was the one standing making that happen. My daughter graduated from St. John's University with a master's in accounting. She works for the Attorney General's office here in the state of New York. Now she lives in a small apartment because she can't afford to find a decent apartment. And so if we're going to strengthen our community, if we're going to keep bringing our young people back to help our community be stronger and better, we need to have opportunities like this for affordable housing and for our seniors, because in Southeast Queens, there's an 8-year waiting list for senior housing. So anyone who fights against affordable housing, I feel have a serious problem with being a visionary and looking towards the future. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak before you, and congratulations. I probably won't see you here, but the other members of the commission will see me here again to fight for our community.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon. I am Rabbi Gavriel Ben Yaakman, and I have my synagogue about a block and a half away from this project, 189-31 Linden Boulevard. And I also have a house on Farmers Boulevard, a block away from this thing. My family, I am the cousin of General Colin Powell. Our family bought a house in 1940 in St. Albans. It's in his book if you want to read it. Okay? And so we have a history in this community. My synagogue. And I support this project because it's got what Reverend Davis, I have a grandson that's 5 years old. He was going to PS 36. He was doing terrible. The teacher said, no good. And I called Reverend Davis. I said, and he went over there and they tutored him. And now he's an A student because that's the type of work that Reverend Davis and the church does. And I'm a Jewish person. I don't have to go to a Christian church. But if you're doing God's work, you're doing God's work. And that's what happens, And I brought here today several people who live in the community who will tell you that they want this project. See, people from the outside will throw bombs, and, but we have real people here. I got about 6 or 7 people here that live on the block that supports the project, that needs affordable housing, okay? We, with Reverend Davis, I myself as a rabbi, provide job training for a lot of the people on the block. See, a lot of people don't come on the block and will tell you what has happened. The next thing is the transportation. I was raised. This place is the most accessible transportation hub. 3 buses serve the area. The Q84, the Q3, and the Q4 within a block of that project. I take them all the time. Plus, the Long Island Railroad station, one of the only places in Queens that have a Long Island Railroad stop right on Linden Boulevard, and the Taxi and Limousine Commission's transportation called the dollar vans that run up and down Linden Boulevard. So we have more than enough traffic. Now, the reason why they said about traffic is because that Farmers Boulevard is the only outlet if you're going to Brooklyn or Long Island. It's the major thing. If you want to go to Brooklyn, you got to go down Farmers Boulevard from anywhere in the neighborhood because it's the outlet to the Bell Parkway. If you want to go to Long Island, that's the outlet. If you want to go to Manhattan from anywhere and you're driving, you take Farmers Boulevard down to the Grand Central and get to Manhattan. So that's why sometimes there's traffic. But that's not because of any development that's coming there. The feasibility is done. And let me tell you, the project here, in the back of it is a dead-end street. A dead-end street. No houses facing it. And you know what's there? Trees that are 100 feet tall, blocking everything. And people throw garbage back there. So what I'm here to say, as a religious person
Thank you,
and somebody,
Rabbi.
is to support this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Delcia G. Marshall. I'm an attorney. I'm a resident of the community, and I stand in opposition to the proposed development. There are a number of reasons we stand in opposition. Certain issues are that the community for a long time fought for R3 zoning. And at the current time, the community consists of semi-suburban 1- and 2-family homes. There is no proposed reason that is compelling to grant a variance in this particular circumstance. there was a question raised by Commissioner Montanez as to the transportation availability, which truthfully, the transportation in Southeast Queens from that vantage point of Farmers and 118th, you're talking in terms of public transportation, one has to take a bus to the Jamaica Center, and from Jamaica Center, that's approximately 50 minutes to an hour to New York City. Just to give you an example that traffic concerns are a problem. Right now, Farmers Boulevard is overcrowded, and although I don't think it's the strongest point that we're arguing, it is a point to take into account that this will cause a great hardship to those people who live proximate to the site. The area is now congested and overcrowded. The proposal will only further congest and prevent those longtime homeowners who reside in the community from having adequate parking. But the final point that I want to raise real quick is that the St. Albans Presbyterian Church, we don't have any objection to the church's altruistic things that they do for the community. But the question is whether the proposed project, which is not in conformity with the use of the community, should be permitted to go forward. And the answer should be a resounding no. The St. Albans Presbyterian Church has cited the RLUIPA, which was originally enacted to forbid state and local governments from imposing a substantial burden on the exercise of religion. However, if you listen closely to the speakers thus far, no one has distinguished this project from what it really is, which it's a profit-making, profit motive-based project. It really has nothing to do with the exercise of religion in that sense. Now, there were also altruistic reasons put forward. For example, having some type of recreational center. But what the proponents of this project haven't mentioned, we have the Roy Wilkins Park, which is at this point less than a half a mile from the project and underutilized.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Viola Plummer. I'm a resident of St. Albans, Queens for the last 52 years or so. The last speaker spoke to the issue of the project, not the credibility of the people who are developing it. St. Albans, as we live today, is overcrowded in terms of schools, transportation. I've put in at least 10 requests to the Department of Transportation. The reason being that the Farmers Boulevard, as the rabbi said, is the outlet to every major highway and transportation mode. What that means is additional cars that is required by the new development will add to that congestion. What it also means is the utilization of the infrastructure that has not been developed over the last 25 years that I've been there. So that the more we exercise the existing infrastructure, the more it deteriorates. Where I live, floods, the whole question of sewerage, the whole question of water, the metering, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm suggesting is that the credibility of Reverend Davis is unquestioned. However, this particular project is not feasible in the community where it is being proposed. It will in fact impact on the integrity of the community as it exists. And what we don't want to do is to say, let's overcrowd what's already overcrowded. If that development, and I heard senior housing was mentioned, if that was what was going to be developed, we wouldn't have a discussion here. My final point, with all due respect to the developers that I've had conversations with, the manner in which they're proposing it to be developed has everything to do with profit, has everything to do with the profit motive. And for that, I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Hello, everyone. My name is Lillian Green. I live on the other end of the back end of where they proposed to put this project. I also echo everyone here. The overcrowding in this area is going to be tremendous. What we're facing in St. Albans now is people who are taking one-family home lots, building up and putting two-family home lots in this one lot. And sometimes, depending on the lot itself, they may put two-family homes there. So we are inundated with cars and just noise. And to say that we're not going to be impacted, I live on a block where right now we have a barrier. So we on a dead end. We have children that love to play, they feel safe. You know, the community look after them. People who come through the street, they know not to drive fast because we have children. So you talking about proposing to open up this dead end. It impacts their lives. We can't continue to just, for profit or for any other, just destroy other people just because you want to say you want to do good. This looks pretty. But would it look like this one is up? And it's too big. This project is too big for this community. It's just absolutely too huge. And we have to think about the neighborhood that we're going to impact. Our life, our quality of life are at stake. And we're homeowners, okay? This is a different mindset from somebody who owns a home and someone who rents. And that's just the fact of the matter. Thank you for your time and good luck to you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the committee here. Chairman, Madam Chairperson, congratulations.
Thank you.
This particular project, as
I'm
we
sorry,
all
sir.
know.
Sir.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
I'm a modest man. My name is Michael Pope. I live a little over 400 feet from the subject development site on Rivenden Street. And I have born and raised in the St. Albans community, north of 54 years. This particular project, let's call it for what it is. It is a for-profit LLC operating under the mantra of affordable housing, where it is teamed up with a for-profit developer without so much as even publishing a full comprehensive environmental impact study, which is the very least thing the community deserves to understand the full scope of this thing. That hasn't been done. The application I submit to you commissioners here is defective because the real applicant is SAL, whatever the name of the LLC is, where the Presbyterian Church is a member without even explaining what its equity membership is there. But it's a for-profit endeavor. Furthermore, the attorney for the developer stood here and said they don't know how many residents, or they're not sure how many residents are going to be living there. If you simply do the math on a one bedroom and 2 bedrooms apartment assuming that there's 2 to 3 residents in the 1 bedrooms and up to 3 or 4 or more in the 2 bedrooms, you're talking up to upwards of 300 people all stacked on top of one another in land space, which is less than an acre, where they want to cram a community center in there. And listen, it's nonsense about nobody's not going to have the cars. There's going to be an average of 2 cars per apartment. We live in the area, and there's no parking now. You're going to hear this repetitively. So this application is dubious on the face of it, defective. It's got a supreme negative environmental impact on our community, and it has been expressed across the board by a plethora of civic organizations, local organizations, and hundreds of individuals that have written letters of protest to you fine people here, and it is exactly what it is. So it should definitely not be granted the variance as asked for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker?
My name is Sharon Johnson, and I object to BSA 26513BZ. I have lived at 1809 Farmers Boulevard for over 55 years. Okay, my home is in close proximity to the proposed development site. I live 3 doors down. Herein are my comments and objections relating to this planning application. The 67-unit apartment is incompatible and is in extreme contrast architecturally to other homes in the area. A project of this magnitude will impact on the peaceful enjoyment of my home and my garden, and will certainly lead to a loss of privacy. No matter where the buildings are erected, they will visually be overbearing. It is an inappropriate design that is radically out of contrast with the R3A zoning, which a neighborhood has fought for 10 years to be put in place. Such a large building would be out of keeping with the neighborhood properties, which now are 1 and 2 family homes. Some of the buildings that have been used as comparative buildings by the developers, these buildings that described in the application have been erected over 50 years ago. They're not relevant. They do not justify the basis for going over the zoning. Farmers Boulevard is a major thoroughfare and is busy and a congested road. We have new businesses. We now have Dunkin' Donuts, 7-Eleven, Popeyes, Family Dollar, which has brought an influx of traffic all day long, peak and non-peak. The additional concentration of traffic and lack of sufficient parking has caused many problems. There's excessive horn blowing. There's double parking now. There's argumented confrontation. I have had confrontations with people parking across my driveway. They run into the store to play lotto. I'll be back in a minute. The minute becomes several minutes. The church allegedly conducted a so-called parking study, not a traffic study. On the average, my neighbors own 3 or 4 cars per household. Current zoning requires 62 parking spaces. The church PCSA wants to limit parking spaces to only 23. This amount is only a third of the parking zoned for units of this size. The residents and myself, we already are challenged to find parking. I am disabled, and I have limited ambulatory skills, and parking close to my home is a necessity. In closing, I contend that the developer's primary interest is to make a profit without regard to the negative impact and the environmental risk on the residents within the immediate and wider community. The proposal reflects the prevalent issue of overdevelopment by realtors in Southeast Queens, incompatible land use, and blatant disregard to the negative impact on my quality of life and the residents. Therefore, I ask that the Board of Standards and Appeals and its planning reject this application for variance and encourage Trinity Associates and Presbyterian Church to resubmit a building design that is smaller, okay, and less intrusive on properties and more sensitive to the character and community, and importantly, more compliant to the zoning.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, the next speaker?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Theodore Jones Jr. Okay, I'm for the pastors want to do, because I am myself practically homeless because I live in a room. You know, that right there will help a lot of people get places to stay. But we'll find a job because it'll bring jobs to somebody has to take care of that. It'll bring people around the business area. They'll be able to make more money. because the stores don't make too much money. But what she said, they'll play lotto. You know, they want to stand there and play lotto. She probably a lotto player herself. That's what she might be do all day. But instead of no, all they're talking about is what it's not going to bring. Because they're worried about who's making what money, who's going to gain off this, because they're not gaining. They got houses already. They live places. I got to live in a room. I go to work all the time. I come home, I don't make enough to pay the rent that they paying. But the affordable housing will help me great. I have some place to come home to every day. I'll be able to say, well, I'll be relaxed when I come home. I'll be able to go and live in one room and sit there by myself every day with my 2-year-old and my wife. We got to sleep in a room. We don't have enough. I don't make enough money to be able to get affordable housing. I go to work every day, and I'm proud of myself every day. I still take care of my family the best I can. But see, all these people talking about what they got already, because they got houses. They've been living there all these years. They content themselves. But then what about the people that need houses? That we need to have some place to live. That somebody we could come home to. They got something they can go home to every time. They worry about cars and stuff. The property value, well, the housing, the complex they want to try to build for us. It'll help all of us. There's more than me, just me here, who's here the same way. I don't have no place to really stay. I know y'all got houses where y'all go home every day too. Y'all go and watch TV every day. I gotta go in the room. I want a space where I have a kitchen, bathroom, all that's mine. Right? Well, that's what he's helping with. He's a good, upstanding man out there. He helps the kids get off the street. Because right now, they all hanging out in one spot all the time. They got nothing to do. And the more they sit, the more they think. And so, you know, he's there to help them. You know, I see a lot of kids, they hang on the corners. Because they got nothing else to do. They go out there, and mother probably throwing them outside because they got nothing else to do. Get out of my face all day. And they go out there and they think wrong, they think wrong. You know, that's what I want to say. You know, I'm just saying that I think it'll help a lot of people, even myself. You know, because I'm a jack of all trades, and I can do all the work that they got up there. I can do all that. You know, and it'll bring more people from the kids. You can start taking the kids and start teaching them how to build this, how to build that, how to take care of this, how to take care of that. Because right now, they don't care. Kids don't even want to go to school no more. They want to hang out. But if he giving them the push to go out there and do something for themselves, that's the kind of man I want to be around. That's going to help somebody do something for themselves. And all they worrying about is where they living at, because it's going to bring more people around there, but the businesses will make better. Everybody, no matter where you go, there's going to be a lot of people, because New York City is full of a lot of people.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. The next speaker. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Archie Spigner. I'm a Democratic district leader, which encompasses the area under discussion. I'm speaking today in opposition to application number 26513BZ, the construction of a 5-story community and residential building at 118-2747 Farmers Boulevard, St. Albans, Queens. This application by the Presbyterian Church of St. Albans to construct a 5-story building in an R3A district would, if granted, would, in my opinion, have a severe adverse effect on the immediate and the general neighborhood and in all of St. Albans, altering its essential character as stipulated in Section 72-21 of the zoning resolution. St. Albans, as you know, is a predominantly black, working-class community with pockets of affluence and pockets of poverty, zoned for 1- and 2-family homes owned by hard-working families and senior citizens who deserve to be protected from changes as those that are proposed. They have made substantial investments in their properties, and they should be allowed to enjoy them during their lifetime and then passed on to their heirs. St. Albans has at best a tenuous stability. We have all kinds of challenges: traffic, environmental, social, and it would not take much to bring about conditions and circumstances that none of us want to see. St. Albans is not Bushwick, Fort Greene, or Harlem, inasmuch as it does not attract new waves of residents who are populating those aforementioned communities. The city planning, after careful study, and I want you to hear this, after careful study and lengthy hearing, and later the city council on October 29, 2007, voted that it was important to preserve the residential character of this community. This area was therefore downzoned to R3A from an R32. This goal was to preserve in St. Albans a mix of 1 and 2 family detached homes. The decision of the Commission of the City Planning Commission and the City Council should not be violated. I must emphasize that I'm not opposed to the Presbyterian Church of St. Albans, and up until now, my good friend, up until now, that's right, I'll say up until now, my good friend, up until now, because I've seen some things that have disturbed me, I've seen that the Reverend Red Davis, and it's an important mission, but I believe this is a bad idea by good people. Since, if granted, the application would affect in a very negative fashion the quality of life of local residents, removing light, parking spaces, peace and quiet, and amenities, and causing great instability. Under the present R3A zoning, I should add, I hear the number 15 and 16, my calculation is 23 one or two family home could be built. I am asking respectfully that the board rejects this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Bernard Harrigan. I am the president of the St. Albans Civic. I'm a resident of St. Albans for the past 25 years. I am a retired New York City Transit bus operator. We do not oppose the church. Some of our members belong to the church, but we do oppose this very large building, which will be an adverse intrusion into our neighborhood and surely is not part of the programmatic needs of the church. The proposed building is not on the church property, but is 5 blocks away from the church building. Mr. Platonik uses zoning terms that even we know are not true. He says the permitted floor area is 1 FAR. By saying this is a community facility. Is it a community facility? Can you use community facility zoning calculations when such a small part of the building, which contains 64,718 feet, is residential space, be called a community facility? Then he talks about the programmatic needs of the church to persuade you to allow this monstrous building, wholly out of character, with other 1 and 2 family buildings in this residential area. Do programmatic needs of the church a few blocks away allow them to build an apartment building house? Is this R3A zoning district, let's call it what it is, not a church building, but an apartment building? The rules of programmatic needs does not apply to a residential building. He also strained the truth by saying this is a unique property. The truth is, it's a regular piece of property where a developer is trying to squeeze so much more than this neighborhood can handle. and which zoning permits. We are not the only ones who say that this apartment house far exceed permitted zonings. City Planning Commission on October 29th, 2007, rezoned our neighborhood to R3A. They recognized
I'm
that
sorry,
only...
your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to submit anything in writing, you can do that.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leona Brown Jones. I live at 11955 Farmers Boulevard. Now, I don't understand what they're saying, because affordable housing to the neighborhood, that would be perfect. Like my husband said, we're in a room with my 2-year-old son. This might benefit us. You see, he go to work every day, but we still can't afford the rent. But if this is affordable housing, it's traffic everywhere you go. At least it's bus routes. Everybody don't have a car. So what they're saying, I'm not understanding, but I'm a young adult with 4 kids and 4 grandkids. I need the help for affordable housing. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Greetings. I'm Reverend Dr. Clyde Anderson, and I am a 35-year resident of Southeast Queens. I'd like to say I'm also a member of QC, Clergy United for Empowerment. And we serve a large population of people in our area, and there are approximately 40+ churches in our organization. And I am here today because I'm remembering, and I've learned so much from the teachings and guidance of Helen Keller, an advocate for the blind, who stood in her class one day and asked her students the question, what is the one thing in the world that's worse than being blind? And when she received no reply to her inquiry, she said to her students, the one thing in the world that's worse than being blind is for a person to have sight and no vision. And the Bible speaks about vision. Without vision, the people perish. This is a project that was born out of a vision that is collectively shared by 40+ churches of our organization, a vision that has been so widespread in terms of looking at the contextual realities of our community. There are 2 sides to this prong. One is, what is? That is the current context. What is? And the second one is, what ought to be? And the what ought to be is where I'm going. What ought to be has everything to do with futuring, looking at the possibilities and potential for persons who are not just living in our communities, but the possibility of sustaining those who are in our communities and providing opportunities for those who will come in to our communities. We are not laxed that in the next 10 to 15 years that we will not have people coming in. Of course, we're not Harlem or other places in Brooklyn, etc., but we are a growing community, a community that has vision, a community that understands the ethnographic profile of our people. We understand the demographics, we understand psychographics, mediographics, and praxiographics. Those are the opportunities that allows us to embrace the vision of St. Albans Presbyterian Church and the leaders of that church, and certainly those of us who are in the community. We're looking strategically, how can we empower and transform the lives of those who have been lost in the shuffle, but also those who are marginalized, the impoverished, those who are disenchanted. And we're talking about for profit. Well, let me tell you something. Everything is for profit. There can be a reallocation of every profit made. And the vision, the endeavorment, is that we are meeting the specificity of need. And that's what this vision speaks about, the specificity of need, looking at transitioning persons from our prison system. That's what the Multipurpose Center is going to be about. Looking at...
I'm sorry, your time is up.
All right, I'll preach later.
The next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Hodges. I'm here for the building to be built. But the 4 years that I lived in Farmers, 1955 Farmers, it was empty, and I see a lot of dumpster. People dump stuff there and a bunch of rats. So I'm forward for the building to be there, and it would benefit me because I'm in a room, and my place I'm living in, my place is falling down on me. So it would benefit me as well if the community, the building, but the people do need to come together and go forward with the pastor, because all people do is dump stuff, come from out of other places, barrel, dumping stuff in that lot, and it's just community bunches of rats. So being that the pastor hired my grandson to come and clean up so we can try to get the building put there for affordable housing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good evening. My name is Walker Gershom. I live on the same block where this building decided to put up. I work there to fence the place, live same place. When I come there over 15 years to live, whole house was on the block, right where this project decided to make. And I always complain about it. Pure bush. Why is this land are wasting, and somebody could get permission, to build a house to live. When I realized it was for the church, I said, my gosh, it means for the church. They can't do better than this. Make it just stay there, and when they could build a house that somebody could get to live. Nobody complain about the bush, what is there until now. All who complaining about the place not to build is who have a house. The person them who complaining that it not to build, they have a house. You can look in over their house where they live. What they are saying, plenty of them is not true. I lived there over 15 years. Same place, then that project, that land, was joined into our next land. Two together. A church was building there. I worked there with the contractor to build that church. The church up until they come, I don't know what happened, they tear it down and left the whole land. When Chuck come there with garbage from other house, then just tear down the fence and dump it over there. Now the house, the land going to put in good situation that people can, I don't know, I live same place I want a house to live to. I live at my son's house. So I surprised that people come in and say that Noah, God killed Noah. 1 in 120 years for Billy Hawk. And everybody fight against Noah for Billy Hawk. And everybody complain if this hawk go swim on dry land. But Noah doing in business. I was watching the news of Trinidad. They're building a highway at Trinidad. And you have to move. And one man said, now move, and take him go up and fast and tell him I have to take him out in stretcher to come to hospital. I from Jamaica. I live on against a property. One road to the other road, a highway was to have to build through it. They take up even the dead that buried here. They take them up and carry them somewhere else to bury. All who live there, they buy land, the government buy land and remove them and put them on a deader project. The highway bill. So why this house can be let that people can get to live? And it was in bush and nobody complained about it. I live same place. Chuck come and tear down it with
I'm
all
sorry,
the
your time is up. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I come here to
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
The next speaker.
My name is Akila Malika El-Amin, and I'm here actually representing my mother, Khalila El-Amin, who is the homeowner. We were one of the first African-American families, we were the first African-American family to move into that section of Southeast Queens. So my mother's been an heir, and I am an heir, to 63 years. Our family has been there. So I wish to protest the development at 11827 through 47 Farmers Boulevard. The proposed development doesn't fit in with the integrity and architectural design of our neighborhood. The 5-story building, which is proposed, is slated to house approximately, if you go into the number of units, and one bedroom and 2 bedroom. So you're talking about 200 to 250 new people in the area. Our infrastructure is already strained. The water coming up in my house this week, for the last 2 weeks, has been brown. Between 193rd and 192nd on 119th Avenue, which leads right into where the Presbyterian Church is. This morning, they're digging, and there's a pool. There's a pool at 191st Street and 118th Avenue. And I don't know who to send it to, but I have a video of a goldfish swimming in the pool that happens every time we have a big rain storm. If you stand on the corners on Farmers Boulevard, between 120th Avenue and Linden Boulevard, there we have the Q3 bus. Yes, and it is congested. We have 5 crossing guards as of this year for the children going through PS 36 to PS 15, IS 59. So we're already stretched to the limit. I'm not opposed to affordable housing. I am opposed to something that's going to change the integrity of a neighborhood that I have lived in all my life. They brought me home from Jamaica Hospital to 192nd Street. And my son is now an adult, and I have a grandchild that I am concerned about. So you're starting to talk about community programs such as outreach to former inmates, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying we don't have them. I'm saying, why is that coming to where our neighborhood is? And Roy Wilkins Park has all of the programs that you're talking about. They have tutoring. My mother has been a tutor and a mentor. Recreational, and it's less than a half a mile. It's a quarter of a mile. It's 6 blocks from this proposed site. And this rendering would make it look like there are buildings behind here. So it's misleading because these are homes. They're not flat top homes. They're regular homes. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, I'm a little partial. My name is Dalton George. I'm a member of church, and I'm the Scout and Cub Scout leader. I want the project because we have no room at the church to teach the kids how to be good, loyal scouts. Now, the thing is, parking is bad, yes, but parking has always been bad. Transportation, you have the Q3, the Q4, you have the express buses, you have the train, you have vans, and you have cabs. The traffic in the area is bad, but as time goes on, it evens out. I don't care what they do, it's going to be bad, but it will even out because people will learn to get up early and move out the area. Now, I got up this morning at 7 o'clock, and I drove and I had breakfast. There was no traffic. When we left to come here, there was a lot of traffic because there's a lot of things in that area that requires traffic. You have a liquor store that's busy all day. You have people playing lotto all day. You have 7-Eleven all day. But before 7-Eleven, we had clubs over there. All of Linden had businesses. But 10 years later, all of it was gone. Now it's being built back up. So as it builds back up, you're going to get all that traffic. Now, I'm a retired bus driver. I used to work with Mr. Where is he? Oh, he's gone? Oh. Well, anyway, I used to work with him. He used to work out of my garage out of Jamaica. Now, he became a politician. Yeah. Now, we wanted a bump in our road because of the accidents that were happening on 119th Avenue. Him being a politician, he couldn't even get us that. But yet he can come here and talk about something that is beneficial to our community. St. Albans is a big community. It's always been big. And then you have your good sections and you have your bad section, you have the decent sections. but it's all going to be a better section because of what we are trying to do for the community. Now, one thing I have to say is that as a retired bus driver, we had our representative for the transit fought for not what we were getting at the moment. He wanted us to have better medical facilities or medical plan for when we retired. That's what I have.
I'm sorry, your time. Okay, thank you. The next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Giving respect to the clergymen and other concerned neighbors in our community. My name is John Thompson, Larry Thompson, very well known, former extraordinary sexton of the church that will not be ignored. I used to, when I was working at this church, I would come over and clean the property on a daily basis. And it was a plight in the community, ran down fence. We had a protest last week against the property. We came out there with a couple of guys that are not really employed, helped paint the property. And I helped erect the sign that presenting us, the community, about what we wish to come have accomplished on this lot. So one of the things we want to accomplish is mentally is encourage. We had people coming by. The young lady that spoke, she came by and saw me doing work. It engages the community, and I'm glad it's engaging for the positive and the negative. We need dialogue. We thank you for the dialogue in the community. We appreciate that tremendously. Affordable housing, 67 units going up there, yes, that we would like to. We started at a higher peak, and we dwindled it down because of the financing and whatever. They have to understand, which the architect spoke on, that to get affordable housing, you need a certain amount of units to get the funding. Now, it's not going to be, it's like another gentleman said about profit. Now, if they was to go to private, it wouldn't be affordable housing. And we can get it downscaled. It will happen, but it's not that in that prospect. We're doing it under affordable housing with the state and the city funding. We appreciate that. Now, excitement progress is a brighter area, the residents. It will address needs for the unity with preschoolers, the retirement from preschool to the middle age to retirement age. A positive way of circle of life, simply bring a new and improved life to the area. We are fighting for this right. Some say that the enormity of it is too big. However, as Dr. Ben Carson says, think big. You must think big in this area. You just can't think small fry on your own independent, selfish concerns. Think out above or beyond that. One of our mottos at the church is to help somebody. I live by that constantly, to help somebody. That's all we're trying to do. And they trying to paint the picture as Dr. Davis is doing this. It's out of love of God and Christian belief to help somebody that's doing it. We're not erecting a monument to Dr. Davis. It's a monument to the community, and we wish you to understand that. I know a couple of people are...
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Karen Plummer, and I'm the president-elect of the St. Albans Civic Association. Unlike most of the people that have spoken here this afternoon, I know most of the people here in the community. I've lived here, I've worked here. We're opposed to a project this big. The infrastructure of St. Albans cannot sustain this many people, this many cars, this much activity. There's never been an environmental impact study. Why? They said that there was a parking survey. I can show you pictures. I did a parking survey. There wasn't a parking spot to be had on a Friday night and a Saturday morning, 2 different weeks. So I don't know what they've done. Particular to this project, we have schools already at capacity. They're not overcrowded because of the way the DOE does their numbers, but they're at capacity. And we're talking about quality of life, not only for us, not only for the existing residents, but the new people that are moving in. Where are their children gonna play? How are they going to live 200 people on an acre of space that previously housed 2 single-family houses? Where are these people going to go? What are they going to do? They're talking about a community center. We have a community center, as other speakers have said, that's 6 blocks away, that's underutilized. We have basketball courts, we have tennis courts, they have tracks. We don't need that on Farmers Boulevard. What we need is affordable housing where people can have a decent quality of life, not a profit for this Trinity or whatever they're calling themselves this week. We don't need that in the community. And that's all my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Junior Ellis. I walk the community. I've been back from Georgia for over 3 years. I'm walking my stroke out. And while I'm on my journey walking every morning, there's traffic, and there's always going to be traffic. And this development is for the future. And if the Lord says so, it will be done.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Herrera. I live 4 houses down from the proposed development. I'm against it, by the way. The zoning mechanisms that were supposed to defend St. Albans against unscrupulous and uncontrolled real estate development have been bypassed. The officials in Community Board 12 have refused to do the most basic due diligence on this project. All of the obvious problems that have been pointed out by previous speakers should have been addressed by Community Board 12. That's a community boards of 4. But in my opinion, they sold the community out. And because of this that I'm asking the board to stop the development before it destroys the neighborhood. In 2007, St. Albans fought to establish R3 zoning to stop developers from buying up one-family homes and putting up small apartment buildings in its place. This practice increased the population and put a strain on resources such as sanitation, police, and the schools. St. Albans is still struggling with the problems caused by these developers. However, the area has been improving in the past few years. So why were such a series of unprecedented zoning variations snuck through Community Board 12? What's the point of all that? In my opinion, it's the money. This development is asking for, if I recall correctly, between $18 to $20 million for development costs. And that's the reason why this project is so large. This was designed specifically for the financing, not for any needs of the community. That's why they had to go so large. As you've heard previous speakers say, they could have put 11 2-bedroom houses on this property, but they wouldn't have made as much money. And it's always about, it's not just profit with this job. It's not about profit, it's about maximum profit. And that's what's driving this thing. Maximum profit is going to be done at the expense of the community.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Sure. Hi. My name is Michael Nugent. I'm actually, I go to Edwards Church, probably twice, I think, really. But when I saw this development, I said, I got to see what is stopping this. And to my surprise, over the past couple of days or probably more than a week now, I see some opposition. So my thing is this: I have heard a lot of people talking about traffic, and I walk against Farmers Boulevard, right up to Linden Boulevard, and we have to speak the truth. The only traffic I see here, we have a density of young people and cars. So most of the traffic is, as far as I see, is young people, which of course, the Reverend want to take off the street. So in opposition of this thing here is quite alarming. I've been to several meetings in the Queens area. One is at the Democratic Club where the honorable gentleman spoke about. And I had the opportunity to be there. After quite a few, about an hour, they were issuing out petitions. And I took one of the petitions. And the gentleman name I saw on the bottom of the petition was typed, was in opposition of it. And I saw the good Reverend Davis at the bottom. I said, how is he could be in opposition of this? So there are deceptive methods going on in the community. And when we talk about extinguished gentlemen like Arthur Spigner, who will do something like that, it is lowering even the esteem of the people itself. And I'm very against that. So this development should go on to help the community and to help affordable housing to be a betterment for the people. And that I say, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Hello, everybody. My name is Kenny Morales. I am a homeowner. I live approximately 2 blocks from the residence, actually right around the corner. I agree with both sides. I've been living in St. Albans now for 14 years. There is a lot of traffic, but a lot of people mention about all these new facilities that's opened up, 7-Eleven and Popeyes and all this. I've seen them coming up, and the Department of Veterans Affairs is right there. I work there, okay? And a lot of our traffic comes from the Department of Veterans Affairs, all right? There's a little joke going on when I'm running late, I say I ran into traffic, and it's just all the employees going to the VA hospital amongst the other employees from the residence. Now, I have 3 children, ages 17 to 28. My 28-year-old daughter left St. Albans because people, charge so much for her to live there. She's now living in Brooklyn in a shelter with my 3 grandchildren, and it breaks my heart. See, she can live in my home, but she doesn't want to because she's very independent. That's the way I raised my children. Okay, so she's doing her thing, trying to make a better living. She's going to different schools. She's trying to, do something for herself to make the amount of money to come back into the neighborhood. So I have to make this long journey to visit her in Brooklyn, and it's a shame. It hurts me deeply to have to go to a shelter and drop her off at the shelter. Okay? So, we need affordable housing in our neighborhood. As much as I hate the traffic, okay, yeah, there's traffic, and yeah, sometimes when people have their parties, neighbors come over, their family comes over, they take my parking spot and stuff. Something? Hey, I get over it. I find another spot. When they move, they finish the party, I go park right in my spot again. Okay? I'm a church member, so I'm for, Pastor Davis, his vision. His vision is for our youth, in the church. They have youth day, I've seen the youth there, and everybody, they're very, very into trying to do something better for themselves. If they have nowhere to go, then, they do hang out in the corner. They do hang out in the street. I do have a son. My middle-aged son is in jail from hanging out on the same street. Okay? So I feel all you people, but, we need affordable housing in that neighborhood. We need the guidance. We need a recreational area. The space right now is an eyesore. And I'm with Dr. Reverend Davis with his vision for the children, which is our future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a very great day. I'm here to listen to all the stories, everybody speaks. Just all good. I want to comment
I'm
each
sorry,
and
sir.
every.
Sir, can you state your name, please?
Oh, Everly Brown.
Thank you.
I want to comment each and everyone for being here, both the for and the for not. It shows concern for the community, and I applaud that for you all to take out this day to be here to ask this board for whichever way they turn. My comment here is this. I have a property in Suffolk County for about 20 years now. I sold a property to some developers. They put 181 units on the property. The town said no. The people said no. But after a while, they came to some understanding, and they make it happen. Yes, we said 6-7 units of affordable housing, and the whole. I see these people who are here today, that you all come together and make this happen for everybody. This should be a win-win situation. Whether we put 60 units there or one unit. It's affordable housing. It's giving opportunity to the less fortunate. So I'm asking you, please come to some consensus, explain to everybody what's better and what's great for our great community of St. Albans.
Thank you. The next speaker.
I would like to submit my testimony to the board. There's 4 copies and there are exhibits along with that. Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Commissioners, board members. My name is Andrea Scarborough, and I am the president of Addersley Park Civic Association. I also live roughly 5 blocks away from the proposed development project, located at the 118-27-47 Farmers Boulevard. As a resident that's quite familiar with the area and travel regularly on Farmers Boulevard, I ask that the variance requested by Trinity Associated, that's the name I know the developer as, I don't know the new name, St. Albans Presbyterian Church, be denied. The proposed project of 67 one-bedroom and two-bedroom apartments with 23 parking spaces allotted will adversely affect our community, threaten our quality of life as it exists today. The proposed 5-story apartment building is out of character with the 1- and 2-family detached homes that line our streets. That's all they have right now, 1- and 2-family homes. What was there before were 2 one-family homes, large, but they were one-family homes. That was our community. Our area was recently downzoned to R3A to ensure that the character of our community is preserved, safeguard our quality of life, and block any and all large-scale developments. That was the reason for downzoning. I want to believe people believe in obeying rules and respecting what is done in a community. There's a place for Trinity Associated, St. Albans Presbyterian Church project. There are vacant buildings in the Jamaica area of Southeast Queens that's already appropriately zoned and would not require a variance request. See my Exhibit 1, which I show you there is but 5 minutes from the proposed development, but will not affect the quality of life of our community. So I would submit to you, there's no place for this project at 118-27-47 Farmers Boulevard. On any given morning or afternoon, traffic congestion exists along this corridor that leads to JFK Airport. There's the Long Island Railroad St. Albans Station, which is also in the area, and everyday passengers drive to the station and park their cars in the area. The proposed project...
Your time is up.
Okay, you can read my testimony.
Thank you.
Okay? Just one quick...
I'm sorry, your time is
Chairwoman?
up. Thank you. The next speaker?
Any more speakers?
Is there any more speakers on this item?
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Eaton. I'm a longtime resident of the area. Actually, my family's been there since the 50s. I just wanted to point out one quick thing. I'm opposed to the project, but I just wanted to point out that the rendering on that poster is far more appropriate to what the community looks like than that. And this would be like a monolith in the middle of our community. And I just want to echo the sentiments of the president of Ashley Civic. You know, we just had the community downgraded. We were seeing this kind of thing about to come. And it really was important for us to maintain the character of a community. It was basically 1- and 2-family homes. And to allow this to happen means it's going to just continue. And why would the city council just 5 years ago make this change only to have it overridden by just one project like this, which would then lead to more and more changes? We're not, and just to clarify, we're not opposed to the idea of the project. It's really the size. If it's possible to do something like this and keep within the zoning that's already been established, that would be great. That would be a win-win. What we're doing right now is a lose-lose for everybody, we think. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Any more speakers on this item? All right. No more speakers? Okay. Mr. Plotnick?
We've heard some of the issues that have been raised today before. And the issue remains, at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that in order to build affordable housing, there needs to be the ability to get more bulk in order to make it work. In this case, the property is burdened by unique conditions that we feel support the request for the variance. And we feel we've designed the building to take the aesthetics that were just very well, the last speaker, she spoke very well. I said to her on the way out. She was very clear on what the concerns are with the community. And we're not here to suggest that the building, go on, Madam Chair.
I
see
don't know.
that you're-
I think we've heard a lot of testimony. Some, of course, support the project. Some have raised concerns. I think some of the concerns that they've raised, we already identified as issues that you should respond to, including the traffic and parking. So I think we can just set a schedule.
Okay.
Okay.
If it's acceptable with your board, we'd like to submit on August 5th.
August 5th is good for submission, and we can have the hearing on August 19th.
That would be great.
Next hearing's on August 19th. It's a public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's call the next item.
I'm sorry, I have another hearing we have to call. I'm sorry, yes. Item number 25, calendar number 17-14BZ, 600 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn, Moisha M. Friedman.
Yes.
Okay. Just wait till it quiets down.
Can we all leave quietly, please? Thank you. There's a hearing going on still. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Moshe Friedman, Friedman PE for the applicant. I attended the executive session yesterday, so just before we get into any questions, I'll just give a couple of answers.
Okay.
First of all, the buses that are parked overnight have nothing to do with the school. It's a private bus company. Those buses unfortunately decided to park there, but have nothing to do with the school. The school parks their buses in their own garage, someplace else. It has not. The garbage is stored in that alley, and I spoke to the school, and they're willing to change that roll-down gate to something nicer, like a wrought iron gate or something, which will look nicer on Dale.
Right, I have to say that when I went on Day Hill Road, I originally thought that your alley was between two existing residents, but you're actually next to the air conditioning manufacturer?
On
Or at the
on
end?
one side, right.
Okay. So the that gate is rolled up, and
Right.
that's where the trash is picked up?
Right. Dale is a much wider road. So
Yes.
it's much better to pick it up there
But
than to
I think
pick
there
it.
were some complaints about the times of the pickups and
It's the
the
city, I
noise.
believe it's the city who's, I'll
Oh,
speak to,
okay.
who's picking it up, so it's not like,
It's not like a dumpster?
no.
Okay.
They take the garbage out on the collection days.
Mhm.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, I made the comment yesterday that according to your projection figures, by the
Oh.
time you finish constructing this school, you're just about ready to outgrow it. And I think on a long-term basis, the school has to kind of split up to different locations.
Well, we understand that. And the high school, which is a separate building, not, it's attached, it has an entrance between the two, but it's a separate lot and separate building, may have to move. We understand that anything over a 5-story building doesn't make sense for a school building. We understand that also. They will have to, but at the moment, this is the 5 to 7 year projection of what they will need. They at this point have no gymnasium, no auditorium. It's very hard to run the school the way it is. The high school building, again, which is on Day Hill Road, most probably will at one point have to move, or they will have to create satellite schools. But for the moment, and there's nothing else available, and they would like to keep it together as much as possible.
Okay, regarding some other issues, I basically am concerned about the bulk of this wall going up 62 feet behind these buildings. You haven't really given us an idea of what the adjoining conditions are, like what the size of the rear yards are behind your school?
All those buildings, I mean, most of those 1, 2, 3 family, they're all 30-foot rear yards.
I'm not sure about the apartment building.
The apartment building is closer. I can,
I think it seems like it's 5 or 10 feet.
right, something like that.
So those are rear windows there that you're going to be
Yes.
obstructing.
No, I understand, but it's a school. They need some place. There's no place. These are, like I was saying, Borough Park.
I understand, but I think the board has to understand how we can make the C finding. And so by just telling us, yeah, it's a school, they have to go somewhere, that's one part of the argument. But we want to see something, at least we want to feel comfortable that there's a rationale why you don't believe that this is going to have an impact on surrounding buildings. And I don't think we've seen that. So
Okay.
I don't think you've provided us the adjoining conditions. I don't think you've rationalized to us that, well, most of the homes have a 30-foot rear yard and won't be affected because they'll still have legal light and air. You
Right.
haven't made any arguments on this case. And while we understand it's constrained and there's deference given for schools and they're positive in the neighborhood, this building and the site you're asking for double the amount that you can normally get at a much higher height, and does have some implications. So we'd like to have some land use rationale for
That,
you to make the C finding.
I can try and do
Okay.
something like that.
And maybe there's ways
remember,
to treat the wall, maybe, I don't know, we just, there has to be some way that you feel you can, even if you need to go this tall, that there are ways that you're mitigating some of that impact.
we can paint the wall.
Maybe architecturally, just come up with something for us.
To make it nice. I understand.
Okay.
That we can come up with something. Yet realize that we, in the latest submission, we pared it down to as much as we could because of constraints on the height. I mean, we took down the floor and it follows the city's guidelines for this, actually, I believe it's state guidelines for the height of a classroom. And the height of a gym is the 16 feet. You can't go lower than that on the upper floor. So we did bring down the height as much as possible, and on the left side, we brought it down again in order not to have the height. The 25 feet on the first floor up to the second floor is really, we can't do any lower than that because they need that play area on the first floor. It is vital for the preschool, which is on that floor, to be able to use that outdoor area. There's nothing much more we can do with the height, but we can architecturally do something nice with the rear wall.
Just, I know there's portions of the building that, like where you're doing the extension over what's there, now there's like the play area.
Right.
And you're building above that. That's 2 stories. I mean,
Right.
I'm concerned about areas that don't have a 30-foot rear yard and you're going to be obstructing their windows. I mean, could you think about leaving those areas with a lower building height? On top of your building, you also have an 8-foot playground with fencing. Or at
We
least
can, maybe in certain locations, take away the fencing, but we need a continuity in order, or pull back the fencing and make separate areas or put the air conditioning there, and I'll look at the roof plan, see what we can do.
And some streetscapes, please.
On what? I mean,
I think, showing the residences to the.
okay,
rear.
I understand.
Okay. Are there speakers on this item?
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Klass. I'm the attorney for Day Hill Realty. I previously submitted to Your Honors 2 letters. One was a letter for myself to supplement the objections filed by my client, along with an engineer's report letter, both of which I hope you have as part of your submissions. I think that Commissioner Srinivasan, you basically put it down to the way that I want to say it, which is that this building, which had more than double the maximum FAR, taking up most of the lot coverage, it's just too big. The building, my client's has the apartment building that was referred to behind it.
They own that building?
That my client owns that building, has many tenants who have lived in the building for more than 50 years. It would severely impact upon the sunlight, the air, the sky views of that building. And I provided as part of the submission a photograph to show my client has a 4-story apartment building. The existing structure, which is indicated as a 2-story building, is not really 2-story the same way as a 4-story. It's almost equal in height to my client's 4-story building. And to add another 2 stories above it, it just builds a big wall behind the entire Day Hill Road side. And it's important, I indicated some things in my application. One of them is that there have been no environmental study of the Day Hill Road side, and the applicant is using this building in conjunction with Day Hill Realty as a contiguous building. So without doing any environmental study on that side, the application is deficient. Also, the facility now is being used as a catering facility many nights per week. And there's garbage, which that issue was raised by Ms. Commissioner. There's also traffic that comes as a result of it. There's noise that comes as a result of it. If this is about a school, this is not about a school. This is about a catering facility. And I don't believe it's supposed to be a catering facility, but leaving that aside for a moment, if they're using it for that purpose and now they're saying they need extra space for a school, I think whatever portion of the building is being used for catering on 4 to 5 nights a week could certainly be used to supplement whatever classrooms or other educational needs that the school has. In essence, it's requested that the application be denied in full. A prior variance was granted, and it severely impacted my client at the time and causing damage to his building. We're afraid that that'll happen again. With your permission, I have my client's consulting engineer, Mr. Lehman, whose letter I submitted, who's able to supplement the engineering aspects, which I cannot speak to. Thank
Okay,
you.
just on the question of the catering, is that based on your observations? How do
Yeah.
you know it's catering?
Yes, my client's observation, and I have, I think it's at least one neighbor, can testify to the facility being used as a catering hall called Tefereth. Well, let me give you the exact name. It's Teferis Mordechai, and it's you. And I provided a photograph of it. There's a men's entrance on one side of the building. There's a woman's entrance to the catering hall on the other side. That's not the purpose of this building.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. You'd like to speak? State your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Lehman, a licensed engineer. And regarding the issue of environmental impact of this enlarged building, first of all, this building already had a variance previously, and there was already a strain on local accommodations, meaning electrical supply, electrical grid, water supply, sewage, traffic, parking, etc. So by adding another 2 floors, okay, the gentleman before said that buses are parked in their own parking lot, but there'll be a lot more parking, a lot more buses, and teachers come with cars also. I've tried to park over there many times. Very, very difficult to park over there, just during the daytime. There's, of course, there's pollution in connection with all this additional parking. You have a lot of additional pedestrian activity, which has to be checked out, how that works out. There's the, that 323 Dale Road has only a 10-foot backyard, and if you're going to put a huge wall behind that, there's going to be acoustical and air ventilation and so on. There'll be the winds will bounce off these tall walls and head right back into the apartment building. So that is a draft issue. There's the adequacy of the sewers, availability of water. There should be, the least thing is probably add a huge water tank, storage tank on top of the roof in order to account for the additional water usage with all that additional population in the school. Then there's the water pressure, of course, which will be addressed in such a situation. The electrical grid is an issue, that there should be no overloading of the local cables. Natural gas, which is used for heating, there's going to be a tremendous pressure drop for the additional amount of fuel used, energy used for the building. I've measured.
Your time is up, and you can submit in writing if you'd like to, if you have it in writing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker? Remember, you'll be given 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioner, staff. My name is Joseph Murata. I live at 351 Dahill Road. I abut this property in question. I purchased the property in 1978 with my wife, and we lived there. Everybody's come to tell you, if you can take a few moments, I can show you.
You can pass that.
Those top 2 pictures are the trash that was promised at Community Board 12 hearing that was going to be taken care of. Dahill Road is 27 houses behind this property on both sides of the street. McDonald Avenue side is nothing. It's the portal where the F train comes up out of the ground to go to Coney Island and become an elevated subway. That trash should have been put out from the beginning on McDonald Avenue side where there's no houses. It stinks. There's fluids that run from it. People walk past, they drag that to their homes on their feet. This application states 600 McDonald Avenue, and it says also known as 14 Avenue C, 377 Dahill Road. I'm sorry, I don't know about these kind of things. I'm a retired soldier and postal worker, but I've lived in that neighborhood my whole life. I grew up there. There is no 14 Avenue C, and there never was. There's 12 Avenue C. Next to 12 Avenue C is where this property begins, at Avenue C and McDonald, and it runs down to the next corner, almost, 3/4 of the way down the block to Catellia Road. So where this 14 Avenue C comes in this application, I don't know. But I've lived there my whole life. I played there on that property as a kid because it was a vacant lot when I was a child. As you can see, all the homes on Dar Hill Road are 1, 2, and 4 family. The brick houses are 4 family. They're about maybe 45 feet high. As the attorney said before, they've already gotten 1 variance to build this building up. I don't care if they run their catering hall. And by the way, 80% of that building is dedicated to that catering hall if you look closely at those photographs. There's an entrance to the building, says 640 McDonald Avenue. I haven't seen any 640 McDonald in here.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. The next speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Lazarus from Dayhill Realty. Our property is 323 Dayhill Realty. We were the property that was very affected when they built the school building right next to us. We suffered tremendous damage, and we continue to suffer from them. They have not been good neighbors, and whatever they can get through on their property, and when they even built their sidewalk right in front of their building, it was a foot higher than the street sidewalk. And when we told them that it's a dangerous situation, they just come into my property and turned it into a ramp. And we had to rip it up and have them redo it. Whatever they can do, they just have no concern for the neighbors. They have private carting, picking up their garbage from the catering hall behind. They put it out through the school. The 2 buildings are connected. It's a huge dumpster. The garbage stinks. All the tenants in my building cannot walk up to the building without passing through this dumpster and all the garbage that totally blocks the sidewalk. And for me personally, it's a major financial issue, devaluing my property. This building the way they propose it, will tower over my building. My backyard is not 30 feet, as they said, it's 10 feet from the property line where they built up just a cinder block wall now 2 stories. And now they want to put another 2 stories plus a parapet wall with a fence for a playground, which will totally block. I have 16 apartments. My building is 32 apartments, 16 to the front, 16 to the back. The 16 to the back will have no light, no air, and people will not want to rent over there. And my tenants, some of the tenants have been there for many, many years. They feel that they're being forced out from their apartments. And I strongly oppose this. I feel it'll be a major financial loss for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? All right, Mr. Higman?
First of all, the building on Dale is under a separate entity. There is a connection between the 2 buildings, but the Dale property is owned by the high school is a separate entity, has nothing to do. No garbage. The garbage from the 600 McDonald Avenue property is picked up by the city. And it's not with the dumpster, and that has nothing to do. It's separate. The high school is run by a separate organization, even though there's a connection between the 2 buildings. In 600 McDonald Avenue, there's no catering taking place.
So the photographs that we saw, those were photographs of which building?
I don't know the photographs.
Okay,
So.
there's some photographs over here, and if you could just explain that to us. I think there was maybe some photographs that were submitted already into the record, but where is this?
Maybe
Some of them are from, yes, some of them are from the 600 McDonald Avenue building, and some of them are from the Dale Road building.
So there's a catering facility at 600?
No,
There's a catering facility at Dayhill?
yes.
It's not, but it's operated by the same people or no?
It's the high school division. It's a separate building. It's a separate legal entity owns it.
All right, so if you can give us us a map next time and just show us where the catering facility is that's allowed by the zoning district?
I have no idea, I didn't look into that. That's, we're not hired, I wasn't hired by the high school, that's a separate building.
But the high school is the same?
The same general, if you can say the Catholic Church owns a lot of buildings in New
Okay,
York.
so that has no affiliation with the school, the high school?
They have a connection between the buildings.
When you say connection, what are you talking about? A physical?
Physical connection,
Okay,
but
so-
it's run by a separate, the people who run it are separate,
But it is a high school at that location?
Yes.
That is also a catering hall?
yes.
And so just to be
But I'm just
clear,
trying to understand that the institution that's running this school that's before us is not related to the one that's running.
Related in the same respect, it's a separate legal entity.
I-
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry, I'm not
Aside
trying.
the legal entity for a moment. And
Right.
I understand they may have different people operating it. but
Right.
Are they under the same umbrella or not? They are, so the issues of garbage, I mean, I can understand you making this fine point because these are issues related to that building.
Correct.
But it seems that there's at least some responsibility to make sure that their trash is cleaned
I'm
up. And if
sure,
the trash is along 600 McDonald, so maybe you can speak with your clients about
That's
trying
what
to
I
come up
will
with a
do.
plan.
Yes,
All right? And
yes.
I'm not going to question whether that's a legal use or not a legal use, but if you want this board to not consider those impacts, then I think you have to make sure that whatever happens over there doesn't spill over to this site.
Okay, understood.
So no uses are sort of commingled. In other words, there's a physical connection between the two
Yes.
uses, but does the catering hall bleed into the school in any way? In the sense
Not
of-
in the school. Some people may enter through the school, but it's all, no
But then there's,
catering.
like, no cooking goes on in the school and then travels over to the catering hall. I'm just
far as I
wondering
know,
about
not.
the intensity of use
Yeah.
at night. Is the
Right.
entire facility used for catering in some way? Or is it?
I would have to look,
totally
I would have to
separate?
look into that.
You have a very large kitchen in the cellar.
Right,
And
that's
there,
for
I
the school.
believe there's also a kitchen on another floor
Right.
as well. So is the kitchen that's in the cellar solely for this building? Or could that be involved in some of the catering activity? 'Cause it's a
I would
very
have to get back
huge
to you on,
kitchen.
I would
Yeah.
have to get back to you on that.
This is the kitchen. This is the first floor.
And in your adjoining conditions, can you show us where this high school is?
Yes. I mean, you can see it on the map, on the radius map.
Right, if you could just check out about that kitchen, because it seems from the plan, it seems that there's some connection. You said it connects, but it seems like the kitchen is the one that's connecting.
Yes.
All right, so they kind of are tied together.
I'll talk to them, I'll get back to you.
All right.
Could you tell us where your buses are parked? Give us. the
Overnight?
information? Yeah.
Where?
Well, I mean, in your papers.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll set a schedule.
Sure.
How much time do you need?
4 weeks.
4
Be fine,
weeks?
Yeah. We can submit
that's-
in about 3 weeks.
Okay,
Okay.
so you can submit in 3 weeks?
Yeah, I'll try, I'll work hard.
Okay, so that's July 15th, and then we can continue the hearing on the 29th.
Fine. Okay, I would just like to thank the chair very much. I've been working with you for many years, and it's always been fair and to the point, and it's very much appreciated, and I miss you very much.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for June 24th, 2014.